係を築くといい。決して傷つけたりしないように。
Hey, what's up, wrong person? Who's the more pay-to-win one? What's up, Ali? How's it going, man? Who's the more pay-to-win one? What a question, man. What a question. I think, man, that is not an easy question. I mean, I think either of them are as pay-to-win as the other. But you get more options. Like, one of them gives you more options than the other. It's like yeah, one of them just does one thing. But the other does that same thing just as well, and it also does a few other things. Mavuika versus Smirk. Skirk. Hey, what's up, Magic? How's it going, man? My thumbnail seems to be cut off. I'm gonna have to fix that. How do we make this better? Hang on. How do I make it so that my thumbnail is not cut off? I know it's my thumbnail isn't a 16:9 aspect ratio. I did the math on it, but my brain isn't so good with this stuff. I have 74. Okay, so if I do this, but I'll have to make it a little bigger, a little taller. No, not taller. I guess a little longer, a little wider. Yeah, I guess like that. 20 and 20. Okay, it's a little closer. Let me see. How do I sample again? How do I... Oh my god. Is there a way... Darn it. Okay, I guess I can't do that then. Like, I thought that like in my MS Paint there was a way to like sample like a color. Okay, I guess I could do it that way. Alright, that works. Sorry, by the way, I'm not making any sense right now. But it'll make sense in a moment when I can actually use my brain. Okay, I think that's a little better. Let me see, let me change the thumbnail. It's cut off from the bottom and the top. So that's what my issue is. It's triggering me. Normally I wouldn't care, but it's just triggering me right now. Okay, I don't think that did anything. I just tried re-uploading and it didn't work. Same thing. Oh wait, I think that did something. I think that did do something. Okay, now you know what? This time I'm actually gonna have to like properly. Oops, no. 80, 574. Okay, I'm actually gonna have to widen this by quite a lot. 1020, 1020, 1020. Oops. Okay, let's try this one. Okay. Save, and then let's try refreshing. Did that fix it? Oh, that's much better. It looks a lot emptier though. Oh, you know what? Okay, that's... Oh my god, what is wrong with me today? Why am I so fixated about this? It's such a small thing. It's not even that important. Is the obsessive side in me triggering, getting triggered over and over again. Okay, that did not change anything. Did that not change anything? Oh no, it did. Okay, yeah, it did. It did. Alright, save that. Let's refresh. Sorry, by the way. Hello, everyone. How's it going? K and M are right beside each other. Not my fault. K and M. Okay, I think that fixed it. That is so much better now. Yep, that is so much better now. It's not triggering me anymore. I pop back in and I hear a little longer and a little wider. That's what she said. Good, good. I need I need to get what? I need to get 2 Kazuha and one of his weapon in 9 days. Wow, you're really going all in on Kazuha, huh? Dude, Magic, why are you... Okay, I don't know how... Oh, hey, what's up, Akash? How's it going, man? I don't know how... meta you are, how much into meta you are in Genshin, or if you're like a super casual, like I don't care about meta, I don't care about my account getting stronger kind of deal. But wait, you're getting constellations and a signature weapon. So that, okay, I guess that tells me that you are at least a little bit into uh at least a little bit like into like making your account stronger. So I'm just gonna say this up front now. Magic, if you are in any way, shape, or form interested in making your account stronger, keep your Primo Gems. Get 1 Kazuha. Yes, get 1 Kazuha. That's it. But that's it. That is all you're going to need for the next like 5 or more years. Like, trust me, trust us, trust all of us over here. I'm sure everyone will vouch for me that that is the right choice. Get one Kazuha, get a C0, R0 Kazuha, and then hold on to your primos. Because 5.7 is going to get wild. In fact, you might even, like, honestly, I think you should just, like, get at least one copy of Raiden Shogun as well. Maybe. That's a little bit more on the fence, right? I'm a little bit more on the fence about, like, saying that that is a thing you should do. But it's something that you could do. It's a better idea than getting Kazuha Constellations. I still love Kazuha. I haven't C4 R0. C4 R0? Okay, I see. Alright, so... But you know what, honestly? Oh, hey, Magic. You know what? Something that might interest you? In Kazuha. So, Freedom Sworn definitely is a good sword, right? It's a good support weapon. But when you get to C6 Kazuha is for DPS Kazuha, right? And Freedom Sworn just doesn't really do anything for DPS Kazuha. I mean, it does stuff for the team, but like it's not a very good DPS Kazuha weapon. What is a now I don't know if this is right, but my Whale Friends account has a C6 Kazuha, and he has like a really good build on him, like 4 VV, but like hybrid DPS Kazuha, like Sans is attack percent, Goblet is attack percent, Circlet is crit damage, but he also has Jade Cutter on him, and he has like an insane build, right? Like I think it's something crazy, like 70, like almost 80 crit rate and 200 crit damage, but 400 plus EM, right? And it's like, and with imagine like I've personally used this, and it's insane. It's not the highest team DPS out there, right? It's not gonna compete against like C1 R1 Mavuika with Sitlali, Zelona, and like Natlan team, but it's so much fun to use. So try and imagine this: Jianyun, Farina, C6 Bennett, and your C6 Kazuha, like hybrid DPS C6 Kazuha. I kid you not, it is like incredible. It's really good, and it's really fun. Could hit about 300k with that. Yeah. It's like I tried it out in a domain, and I'm just disappointed that I so far I haven't gotten any opportunities at all to try it out in Abyss, because my friend loves doing Abyss and he prefers to do Abyss on his own on his account, even though I take care of it. But like, he likes doing Abyss on it. It is so much fun to play. Hey, what's up, Mighty? How's it going, man? I'm getting Freedom Sworn for Kuki. Oh, I see. For Kuki. No, for Kuki. I think it's an okay weapon for Kuki. It's not... She's not the best holder of that weapon, but it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. What's funny about Freedom Sworn too is it's actually a good DPS weapon for Al Haytham. Yeah, obviously it's not gonna compete against his signature weapon, but it's pretty good. It's up there. It's one of his better 5-star stat sticks. I saw Skirk's new design. They made her outfit more revealing. Nice. More revealing? Wait, I have to Google this. Is there really a difference? Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is actually really like super revealing now. Okay. Oh man. I think you just ruined it for me, Mighty. I'm not disappointed in her current design. But I just did not see Skirk as somebody to goon for. Like she honestly, Skirk was somebody like Clorind for me. Yeah, somebody Skirk was like I saw Skirk in the same way I saw Clorind, right? Even though like for most people she was like 100% like 10 out of 10 goon material. But I refused to. I refused to because she's cool. She is like she's cool. That's it. And I that's also the same way that I saw Skirk. And then like now when you pointed it out, I just like and I'm looking at it right now. The her design in like the last time we saw her in the like when we were fighting the narwhal with Nivelet, and like her design now, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like that they made her. They made her into eye candy. I have 0 billets, even though I do all the weeklies. Hey, Magic, which weekly bosses do you do every week? Because I don't remember which. I think it's only Mondstadt, Liyue, and Inazuma that gives you the types of billets that you can use to craft Iron Sting with. Yeah, I think Sumeru onward. I think Sumeru and Fontaine give you a different kind of billet. And then I think Natlan gives you a different kind of billet as well. Yeah, but like if you're looking for a billet to be able to craft Iron Sting with, I think you can only get those kinds of billets. I forget the name. Forget the name. It's Northlander. Here you go. Borderland. Okay, so apparently, so I think these are the Natlan ones. Yeah, Borderland, and I think the ones you get from Sumeru and Fontaine. I could be wrong. I'm not sure about Fontaine, but I think are these ones Midlanders. Skirk's new design looks so like I'm like side like looking at them side by side right now, and obviously I'm not gonna be looking at them like this when I'm playing, right? But I'm kind of disappointed that they turned her that like she is like super eye candy right now. Did you show it? I couldn't find it. So my keywords. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna show it. Hang on. Mm, Chrome. There we go. There. You know, Skirks. What I heard among the grapevine, what I heard among the grapevine is like so the first time we saw Skirk was obviously like here, right? Like during that quest, like when we were fighting the narwhal with Nivelet, and then Skirk suddenly showed up. So from what I heard is at some point about a month or two after that, after we saw her for the first time, apparently her character model got changed. Not just like not her design, but her character model. Like I'm looking at this character model, like this one specifically, and it looks like a Lumine character model, whereas this one looks like it looks like a tall female character model, but at the same time, it also looks a little bit like the Lumine character model. So and what I heard was that apparently Skirk's character model is neither of those. It's sort of like it's some kind of mixture of the two. Her model was always like that in beta. Which one? The one on the left? Yeah, and that's sort of what I heard. Obviously, like we won't know for certain, especially because we never got to play this old like Skirk design. The one on the right, really? Oh, that's odd. Yeah, like all over here, like her old design, like makes her like she looks so much more covered up. Honestly, I like this design more. Although I like this character model more, but I like this design more. That where she's like a lot less eye candy. Yeah, that's she reminds me of Megan Fox. You know, like Megan Fox. While I haven't seen too many movies of Megan Fox, but most of the few movies that I've seen Megan Fox in, they don't really give her a role that gives her a chance to show off how good or not good of an actress she is. Like most of the time, I just see her being used as eye candy, and I feel a little bit like that about the new Skirk here. I like the new design. She looks cooler. The new one, like this one, the one on the right, or like when this one was quote unquote new, when you saw the one on the left for the first time. Because when beta came out, I think that was way after what I heard. Because like way after when I heard of the character model changes. When I saw Skirk for the first time, I didn't really care. The new model got me interested. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, yeah. Her model was already changed when beta first released. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. So the timing lines up, yeah. Yeah, personally, I prefer this design, like the more covered up Skirk, but I like this character model more. This one kind of feels like how most directors use Megan Fox in their movies. They mostly just use her for eye candy. Oh, you know what? I just found a full body one. Here's a full body one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it clearly, like, the character models clearly look different. This one definitely looks a lot taller. You know what? This character model reminds me a lot of Cypher. Cypher from Star Rail. Yeah, it seems like the proportions look similar to the Lumine character model, but it's clearly taller. So it's clearly about as tall as the tall female character models, like a Ningguang or a Jean or Lisa character model, but the proportions are different. I think you forgot it's a gotcha game. Well, he did, yes. He did forget that it's a gacha game, but at the same time, like, you can't blame him because like Hoyo so far for quite a long time, for several years, did not really like at the very beginning, 1.0, right? Like clearly the clearly character design was very like gacha like, right? With Lisa, with Mona. Like look at Lisa, Mona, and Fischl. Right? Like look at Lisa, Mona, and Fischl. Just those three are like the pinnacle of gacha game, uh you know, like goon salesman tactics. But then like for quite some time, like they really strayed away from that for quite a while. 1.5 stocking was tasteful. It was a lot less in your face eye candy to me. Like it looked a lot more modest. You know about Mona's voice line, Venti? I don't remember who told me about that, but it was someone in chat. It was someone in chat a long time ago, like more than a year ago. Somebody told me about it. Level 100. How strong are the level 100 ones? From 7 points to 280. Oh wow, that's a lot of points actually. Man, okay. Oh man, this sucks. Okay. I'm forced to use. By the way, I've already done this event. I've done this event twice already. My Asia account and on my friend's account. On my friend's account was like no problem, smooth sailing. A bunch of like a few C6 R1s on that account and a bunch of C1, C2, and C3 R1 characters. No problem, smooth sailing. But on my Asia account, obviously, like my Asia account is like neglected and stuff. But it's I still somehow got like 4,000 points on one of these, and like the rest of them just 3K. I don't have Varesa, therefore I'm gonna have to put up with this trial Varesa. Which, my God, what is this build? That is, yikes! That is not gonna do. I'm gonna have to resort to my own stuff. So overload. Okay. Gonna have to resort to my own stuff here. No, can't do that. Shoot. Okay, hang on. Plunging. Shockwave, be unleashed, true damage. Is that true? Is that shockwave, like, does it actually deal significant amount of damage? I'm less inclined to take advantage of that. Because I don't really have, like, a proper plunge DPS. I guess I could make Mavuika into a plunge DPS. Wait, is Mavuika... What are Mavuika's talents again? Oh, no normal attack talent. No normal attack talent. It can crit and it's not on the blast. That is true though. It can crit. I enjoy this event so much, RJ. I just know it. I actually enjoyed it. Honestly, hey, something I noticed is what Hoyo. You know what? I think what Hoyo really wants as many of its players as possible to do is, like, obviously it's gonna appreciate very much so the Giga Whales who C6 R5 everyone, right? Every single new character they get. And the players who play all the content, like 100% all the maps, do all the events, right? Like to completion, right? And like try to get like as many of the achievements and like basically just consume as much of the content that they worked so hard to make. Right, I'm sure Hoyo very much appreciates a lot of those players, but I think what it wants the rest of its players, its non-whale and non-super dedicated player base to do, is to get like at least C0 R1, if not C0 R1, then C1 R1 or C2 R1 of every new character. Because you know what I've one thing I've been feeling, like, right, what how I feel playing on my own accounts versus playing on my friend's whale account. Nowadays, it's not as much of a whale as he used to be. He's not as much of a whale as he used to be. He hasn't C6 R like C6 a 5-star in quite some time. But he still has been getting like significant constellations on high value characters. Like I think he got C2 Mavuika, he got C3 Neuvillette. What else? He didn't get constellations in Sitlali, but he did get her signature weapon. I don't remember. C1, no, C2 Arlecchino and C2 R1 Arlecchino. And every time I do a combat event, on that account, a combat event, or like my friend hates Imaginary Theater. Yeah, no surprise, right? So whenever I do Imaginary Theater for him, like of course it's still cringe because I just hate the format of Imaginary Theater, but it is a lot less. It's a lot less painful to play on his account, to do theater on his account, than it is to do theater on my own accounts. Just because he has so many more characters available to him, and a lot of them are at a quote unquote naturally higher, like, I guess, power level, because they have C1 and C1, C2, C3, and their signature weapons. And he's built a lot of them, a lot more characters than I have. Especially because, like, well, just the fact that he has a lot more characters than I have, of course, right? But like Hoyo seems to really want players to be at that point or higher. Hey, what's up, Klee? Good to see you again, man. How you doing? Plunge Neuvillette. That could work. That could work. Yeah. Anyway, those are my thoughts, because I think that's what Hoyo really, like, that's like the floor. That's like the minimum of what Hoyo wants as many of their players as possible, as many of their non-whale players as possible to do. Like they want them to spend like I don't know, like maybe $100 or $200 every patch just to get C1 or a C1 R1 or C0 R1 of every new character. Hey, what's up, Fateh? Can we reroll our artifacts now? Not just yet, Fateh. Not just yet. Not just yet. But in 5.8, no, 5.7. In 5.7, and Fateh, if you are in endgame, yes, in 5.7. But if you're not in endgame just yet, get to endgame ASAP. Hey, what's up, Anonymous? Good to see you again, man. How's it going? Someone needs to take on my legacy of funny builds. Wait, what do you mean take on your legacy? Are you quitting, Mighty? Are you not playing anymore? All right, what's endgame? Okay, Fateh, what I'm talking about is like, is if your account is capable of 9-starring floor 12 abyss already, like comfortably, not just barely, but like if your account has been comfortably 9-starring floor 12 of abyss for let's say around 2 years or more now, and if your account is able to comfortably just clear no, like not maybe not, no, it doesn't matter if it's full stars or whatever, right, but comfortably clear theater ever since theater released, like Imaginary Theater released, then you will have you'll have pretty good odds of being able to, okay, like, because like let me explain. So in 5.7 they're introducing a new, that's a big no. Oh. Okay, so let me explain. In 5.7, you know what? I think it's a good opportunity to hang on, for us to hang on. I'm gonna go open up the Genshin YouTube channel here. Okay, there it is. Is that this? Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Yeah, there. So this is a new form of endgame. Are you from Asia? Yes, I am from Asia, and I am in Asia, but I play on the North America server. I have well-built 5 stars, and I can do theater up to 6. Well, if you have well-built 5 stars, but you can only do theater up to 6, that tells me that your account, like you have vertically invested into a few select teams, like characters or teams, but you haven't horizontally invested yet. Like you haven't like built a lot of characters yet, or like maybe your account is young, so you haven't had too many opportunities to pull for a lot of like good 5 stars. So yeah. Okay, so this is a new endgame that's being released in 5.7. And so what it is imagine Spiral Abyss, but it's a little harder. No, not just a little. From what I hear, it's harder. Like, not a lot. Like, you know, it's stupidly harder, but it's harder. It's quite harder than the current form of Spiral Abyss. And it's only bosses. It's only bosses, and you don't start with energy. Like, you start with 0 energy. What else? You start with 0 energy, and you know how like in Spiral Abyss you need 2 teams? In Stygian Onslaught here, you need 3 teams. You're gonna need 3 teams. So anyway, a little bit over here. Oh, you know what? You can actually see it over here. Like this feather thing here. That's the item that they're talking about. Like able to like re-roll artifacts. Okay, hang on. Let's move a little bit forward. What? Where did they talk about it? Do they not talk about it here? Or is that much later? No? Okay. Apparently that's somewhere here. Yeah. I don't remember where. Oh. Wait, I think this is it. Ah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so this feather thingy, whatever it's called, is gonna let you. So of course, like you have to like if you fully clear the new end game, right? Like Stygian Onslaught. I don't remember where it was in here, but apparently you get up to 3. I think that's. Oh, there it is. There it is. I think that was it. Hang on.
The new permanent event, Stygian Onslaught, will be able to obtain a total of 3 Dusts of Enlightenment per version for free.
Go. There it is, right? So if you fully clear it, you can get up to 3 of these feathers every time, every reset. But that's if you fully clear it. Fully clear, like if you get up to like difficulty level 6, because apparently that's like here, right? Yeah. Yeah, but basically, yeah, like when you have this item, you can re-roll select artifacts. You can re-roll select artifacts, and apparently, like you still don't get to pick which substats you roll. Yeah, like there it is, right? You still don't get to pick which substats you roll.
And to help with that, so Artifact 101, right? We all know every 4 levels a random substat gets enhanced as you raise an artifact to level 20. But it doesn't always turn out the way it allows enhance.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah. Before each reroll, you get to specify the types of substats you want to prioritize.
Okay. You know what? Actually, I missed this part last stream. Like when I watched the stream, well, while I was streaming and watching the special program, well, at least a replay of it, I missed this part. But apparently, like when you re-roll it, you can actually pick. Did he pick 2?
Reroll, you get to before each reroll, you get to specify the types of substats you want to prioritize. Specify the types of substats you want to prioritize.
Okay. Well, I don't know how many substats you can prioritize, but like it should be at least 2.
After the result is revealed,
And there it is, right? So, there it is, there it is. Select 2 minor affixes, or, well, substats, after reshaping, or, like, re-rolling it. Will receive at least 2 enhancements, in total. Okay. So if you pick 2, then there's a chance, like, it's guaranteed that it'll, like, maybe you'll get 2 rolls, like, with this example, with this specific example, you can guarantee yourself, like, 2 rolls into crit damage, or 2 rolls into crit rate, or 1 roll into crit damage and 1 roll into crit rate. Imagine this with transmuted artifacts. Hey, what's up, Blue App? How's it going, man? F2P is looking at about 7k these primos this patch, correct? Sorry, Klee. I don't really count primos. You know why I don't count primos? Because when I count, I'm immediately reminded of how sad life is. Yeah. Ideally, Ali, you wouldn't have to do this with transmuted artifacts. Ideally, right? Ideally, you just wanna like farm artifacts and then get something that has like really good substats. Like all 4 substats are really good. And then like you just want to get it naturally, right? And you not have to actually what's it called? Transmute one. Right, ideally. And ideally, when you transmute something and when you roll it, like when you level it up, it just goes into the substats you actually wanted it to roll, right? Ideally, that's the ideal world. But unfortunately, this is the real world, not the ideal world. It's better not to know future sometimes. That is true. It's better not to. So like sometimes it's better to like when you're, you know how like in the past like firing squad was like one of the more common ways to like execute prisoners and stuff. Like sometimes it's better to like just and apparently like usually like with the firing squad you get to like choose whether you're gonna face towards the gunners or you face away from them. Yeah. So in that situation, I'd rather like, especially if it's got a nice view, I'd rather just face away from them. Ideally, my 12 elixirs are wasted till now. Sorry to hear that, man. Hey, you know what? Speaking of elixirs, I don't remember when they did this, but apparently, didn't they update? They updated the artifact transmuter, didn't they? Right, because like before, you could only like you make a specific artifact, and then you get to pick 2 substats, 2 specifics. You get to pick the main stat and 2 specific substats. But then like rolling it was just completely random from level like from the beginning to +20. And then I think I remember like a few patches after they released the artifact transmuter, they updated it, and now like. It's guaranteed to roll at least twice into a total of 2 times into the substats that you picked. I think, like somebody like yeah, so somebody yeah. Let me get a confirmation on that actually. Like yeah, somebody help me confirm that. I don't remember if that's like what I said was like all of it was like 100% correct. But I remember hearing something about that because I don't remember this because I hate the artifact transmuter. I just hate it. I hate it. Like from the moment I tried it out, from the moment it was released, I was like, "Yo, this is a win." And then like I started thinking about it a little bit more. Like, okay, it's a step in the right direction, but this isn't great. Like, I realized it was at least a step in the right direction, but it still isn't great. Mid attack stands for Arlecchino, and it rolled 10 crit rate, 5 crit damage. Oh my god, you got the lowest crit damage roll. 19 ER and defense. 19 ER! Oh my god. Well, at least if you're like me who has skill issue, then If you're like me who has skill issue, then at least you won't have. You'll at least be able to heal your Arlecchino a little bit more often because she has more ER. That's something, right? This is cringe. This is really cringe. Can I not just move them across? Okay, ideally, I want someone with consistent electro application. Sorry, question. How long does... Where is she? Okay, whatever. I just need a confirmation on this. Hang on. So how does this work again? It was a passive, right? Fires an overcharged, nearby pyro, electro characters. Okay, no, that's the attack buff. So where was the overload thing again? That I had to trigger an overload, right? Tactics, triggers overload, okay. Pyro reaction for... Okay, it's a really short buff. 6 seconds. Okay, so I'm definitely gonna need a consistent off-field electro applier. This side though, I need a decent plunge DPS. Plunge Nivelet. Plunge Nivelet. Jeez. Sorry, Bennett doesn't work here. Should I go with Nivelet or Diluc? He's not even fully built. He's not even fully built. But my Diluc is, oh, you know what? I should look into getting my Diluc here. What is this? Why? Oh, okay. That's my Diluc's, Crimson, okay. I should look into getting Diluc a, because I've been farming the new Skirk's artifact domain for a while now. And so I should look into trying to get... which means I also have a few of the plunge artifact set pieces. So I should look into those artifact set for my plunge Diluc. Okay, speaking of that domain, by the way, has anyone have you guys heard that apparently Skirk's best in slot artifact set isn't even her best in slot artifact set? Like, her artifact set isn't her best in slot. It's Hunter. Or I should say Hunter. It's so stupid. I've been farming that stupid, I don't want to call it useless, but to me it's useless. I don't have Varesa. Like, Varesa is basically the only endgame viable plunge DPS, I guess, apart from C6 like Jian Yun and like a really hyper invested Xiao. Right? Other than those two, Varesa is the only endgame viable plunge DPS in 2025. I don't have Varesa. I'm not really interested in getting her. Like, I know she's strong. I know she has really good multipliers, but I don't find her playstyle to be that fun. It's not stupid, it's not boring. I just don't find it super fun. Wow. I raised it, but I didn't really put it on anyone. Does Skirk scale off of HP or attack? I heard that it's attack. Hunter? How? Well, Skirk is a freeze idea. Like, again, this is not fully confirmed yet, right? But they did say, like, well, I guess it's not. It's confirmed now since they told us about her kit in the special program. A few days ago. But Skirk is a basically freeze only DPS. She's kind of like Ayaka. Yeah, she's kind of like Ayaka, where like she's really only good in freeze. And guess who is the best Hydro character for freeze in 2025? Farina. Guess what Farina does? Drains HP. And guess how you maximize Farina's buffs. Ideally, you want a really good team-wide healer in your team. Right? So you're constantly draining and refilling your HP, aka like changing your HP, right? And with let's just say Hunter's description, right? Current HP increases or decreases. Right? When current HP increases or decreases, you get a stack of like crit rate. Yeah, so like 36 crit rate. Right? That's 72 crit value. Wait, do you still manage like 4 accounts? Yes I do, Clee. Yes I do. Occasionally I log into my Asia account, but I don't log into it very often. And whenever I do, it's like just a few minutes at a time. He's nice, but I think Skirk is not FTP friendly. That is true. I agree with you, Sumik. I agree with you. But so is Mavuika. Okay, you know what? Hey, I don't know if wrong person's still here. His like literally his first message when he came in was like, "Who? Yeah, it depends on who is more F2P, who is more pay to win, right? For a lot of people, it's the question is who is more F2P friendly. But for a lot of us who are a little bit more bitter about these like hyper expensive characters. Is who is more pay to win. And so Skirk gains a lot from having Escoffier. Like you know, obviously Escoffier is a cryo character, right? And like you know, there are a bunch of like decent cryo characters, like off-field cryo characters. There's like Kaya, there's Rosaria, but like they don't really do what Escoffier is best at. Like, they don't do as much off-field DPS as Escoffier. They don't red shred. They don't heal. There are a few that heal or whatever, right? Or red shred. Like, there's Sitlali. Sitlali red shreds, but not as much as Escoffier does. Who else? So, like, sorry. Mika. Mika heals a lot, apparently. But that's all Mika does. He just heals. Right? Doesn't do anything else. He doesn't do any damage. Nothing. Right? So Escoffier sort of does all of that, and she does it really well. And right, so you're kind of like Skirk is kind of tied to the hip with Escoffier. Obviously not, right? Like you can use her, but she's like like her team is gonna be significantly like you're gonna feel the difference. Normal attack speed increase, yeah. Already it's near 10 p.m. See you tomorrow. Oh, alright. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us, Fateh. Take care, man. I want help with team comp. I'm currently saving for Mavuika. What should be my team comp until her banner comes? Please help me out. Do you have Sitlali? If you have Sitlali, yes. If you have Zelonin, yes. Ifa, Yansan. Oh, definitely Yansan. Definitely Yansan. And Lynette, Layla, Yunjin, Xinyan, Zipro, Stamel. So, okay, yeah, definitely Yansan. If not Yansan, then Bennett. Yeah, either Yansan or Bennett. If you have Zelonin, yeah, definitely Zelonin. If you have Sitlali, then definitely Sitlali. If you don't have Sitlali, what I tend to do is I tend to like put I tend to put Farina in place of Sitlali. So instead of like doing melts, I'm just doing vapes. It's not definitely not as good as like having Sitlali, but it's okay. It's it's usable. It's endgame usable. You could also make do with Rosaria. Rosaria is okay as well. Not great, but it's okay. Jesus is the truth. Hell is real. We all sin. He died on the cross to pay for our sins. Amen to that. Was buried and rose again on the third day. Put your faith in him alone to save you. Trust in what he did for you. Hey, my dude. Amen to that, man. Amen to that. Those are the only characters I have now. I mean, you. That's. Are you sure this is everyone? This is literally everyone. Well, you even listed the starter characters, so I'm gonna. Yeah, I guess this is literally everyone. Wow. Yikes. It's not a lot of options right there. Just started playing like 3 weeks ago. Oh right. Oh yeah, I remember. Would not recommend pulling Mavuika then. I mean, like, she's still okay. She's still definitely going to be a lot stronger than like everyone else that he has on his account, right? Like, look at that lineup. Who in that lineup is stronger than Mavuika with no supports? Did like solo Mavuika? Like, I definitely, I would definitely bet none of those characters. Like, the Xinyan's definitely, Xinyan's definitely not stronger than Mavuika. Kinich, Bennett, Xiangling, and I think you could also use Toma. Toma is also a pretty decent Kinich team mate. Hang on, where was that list again? Hang on, I lost the list. Okay, there it is. Lynette. I guess Lynette is okay. Yeah, like as long as you put 4-piece 4VV on Lynette. Yeah, Lynette is something. Well, okay. Well, you know what? Never mind. Sucrose. So Sucrose, Kaya. Yeah, I guess. I mean, Kaya's not great because like Kaya alone is far from enough cryo off-field application to let Mavuika melt. I guess that's what. Okay, here's what you could do. Oh, you know what? I think you could just go with like, not necessarily mono pyro. I mean, it sort of is, because like, okay, remember when you press Mavuika's skill, you get a lot of particles, right? And those particles are gonna help Xiangling out so much with Xiangling's energy situation. Xiangling is very energy hungry. And Mavuika's press E generates quite a bit of particles. And like, when you press E on Mavuika, you swap to Xiangling. She catches those particles, and that's gonna help out a lot Xiangling's energy situation. And I guess you could put together like Sucrose, Mavuika, Xiangling, and Yansan. Support Mavuika for DPS Xiangling. Yeah, okay, that's one team you could put together, Anonymous. Yeah, that's one team you could do. Xiangling, Yansan, Mavuika, Sucrose. Best skank team, Mavuika, Sitlali, Bennett. Isn't that everyone's best team? Wait, why Bennett? Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, that was a joke. I'm stupid. What's up, Spartan? How's it going, man? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna give up on building Diluc. I'm not gonna build him today. That's gonna take up too much time. I have to do this event 3 times, by the way, before the end of the stream. Because this event is expiring tomorrow. And I haven't done it even once on any of my my actual like accounts that I take seriously. Anonymous Ali asks a pretty good question. If you have Chevreuse, from what I remember, it isn't in the list that you mentioned. Yeah, but okay, I guess, yeah, he doesn't have Chevreuse. Chevreuse would have been one of the better options. Currently playing Auron, Aoife, Yansan, Layla, Xiangling. That is a very curious team. But anyway, yeah. Well, you did say you started playing 3 weeks ago, so I highly doubt you need 2 teams just yet. You just need like a good team for dealing with like overworld combat, I guess, for now. Yeah, so like the team that I mentioned, Sucrose, Yansan, Xiangling, and Mavuika is definitely going to be a lot stronger than whatever other team you could put together now without Mavuika. Harshay, are you getting squirt? Who is sorry? This is funny. Sorry, who the heck is Squirt? Skirk? Squirt? Yeah, I'm definitely going for her. Definitely going for her. Mostly because I don't really have that many top tier DPSs. I have a lot of good. Yeah, I have a lot of good DPSs, right? I mean, like, not like on-field DPSs. I mean, like, I can only put together two top tier, like 2025 viable, right? Top tier teams, right? And one of them is and this is like independent of each other. Like, they're not gonna like overlap each other in terms of like what characters, like what supports they want. So obviously, like my Nivelette team, and then of course I also have my Arlecchino team, and I guess I do also have my Dendro team, but my Dendro team isn't as OP. Like it's like clearly I can clearly feel that it's quite a bit behind, but it's definitely end game viable. But it also depends. Like, there are times that it's not end game viable. Like, if, for example, if like whatever enemy I'm fighting is like very anti Dendro, like not immune to Dendro, but very anti Dendro. Like the enemy layout is terrible, or like the enemies have a lot of Dendro resistance or something, right? Like Dendro just doesn't. My Dendro team just doesn't like do well against the content, and it's like really high HP pool. And my Dendro team definitely can't just brute force its way through it. So technically 3. I have Dendro, my Nivelette team, and my Arlecchino team. But if Dendro isn't capable, then like I don't really have anything else. I guess Cryo, but like my Cryo team's whatever right now. There's just like Ayaka and Ganyu in there. Good luck. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it. I say your best Mavuika team is Kaya, Sucrose, and Layla. No, Bennett is a big limiter. Yeah, that is true though. Yeah, I mean, like Spartan, he does have Yansan, so he has that going for him. Kaya and Layla, I don't know if both of them, even with the two of them, like between the two of them, I don't know. I'm not confident that they will have enough cryo application for Mavuika to melt consistently. If they do, then hey, great. That's actually one of his, one of Anonymous's better options. But if not, then yeah, I would like definitely default to the team that I mentioned earlier. Oh man, this is crazy. I don't know if this is actually gonna work. Wait. Okay, thank goodness. I was about to go in there blind. I didn't even bother looking at the enemy types. Thank goodness I didn't like bring Nivelet to fight these guys. Okay, I think this is okay. Hang on. First, let me check if one of these guys doesn't have. Yep, yep. Okay, we have Noblesse. What do we not have? Okay, yeah. I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine. Okay, cool. That should be my team comp until her banner comes. Honestly, dude, you're in very early game right now. I would just recommend using whatever you have. Among the characters that you have, though, like the easier ones to get to a power level that is like comfortable, that can get through the super early game combat content a little more comfortably, like with the least amount of investment, is so probably. So I would definitely go with Kaya. So Kaya, hang on, do you have any Hydro there? I guess there's Barbara. I'd definitely go with Sucrose, Kaya. Man, this is not a great. You don't have a lot of great options, man. If you had Kuki, then I would definitely go with Yunjin. And just like Yunjin, oh sorry, not Yunjin, I'm an idiot. Kali. So Kali, Dendro MC, and Kuki. But since you don't have Kuki Shinobu, then that's definitely not possible. So Kaya, Sucrose, I guess Shengling, because there's really no one else. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's all I can give you. You don't really have a lot of great options. Yeah, like whatever. Yeah, like put in whatever other character you want to use. Like, so Kaya is definitely one of the easier characters to build there. Kaya specifically because as long as save your Berserker artifact sets, right? Berserker artifact set pieces. Those are 3 and 4 star artifacts. Because that's definitely going to help you out with crit ratio early on in the game, and do your best to not fodder your Harbinger Dawns. Harbinger Dawn is going to help you out so much. Hey, what's up, Gulshan? I'm good, man. I'm good. I could be better if I didn't procrastinate too much, because I have. One day, I have like today's stream to do this event 3 times over. And I have 9 days to find all my Oculus, all the Pyroculus, whatever. Pyroculus in the most recent new Natlan region and do exploration 4 times over. I have 9 days to do that. Don't focus on crit, just focus on attack in ER early game. I mean, you can actually, like, because of how much crit value Harbinger gives you, you can actually, at the very least, like, try to get to a decent amount of crit rate. And it's because of Harbinger or Dawn. Harbinger or Dawn and Berserker set. So at the very least, you want to at least be able to crit. Right, so you can just sort of ignore your crit damage for now, because like every character has 50 crit damage at the very least, right? Even with no crit damage substats or main stats, whatever, right? Just get your crit rate to like 50% or higher as soon as you can. And Harbinger Dawn helps you out tremendously with that. Harbinger Dawn, as long as you remain at 90% HP or higher, as long as you don't get hit too often, or like you have a consistent healer or whatever, then you are just guaranteed to have that 28 crit rate. You have to be at 90% all the time. I mean, like, at some point you're gonna get used to the combat in the game, right? So it's, yeah, like when you're like starting off, it's definitely not gonna be a guarantee that you're gonna remain at 90% HP or higher all the time. But he's been playing for 3 weeks, and like as the more he plays, the better he gets at it. This is not great. Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to spam my skills here. Okay, Farina's up. This is awful. Starting with 0 energy is awful. Okay, okay. It's not great though. Okay, let's try the trial Varesa. It's not doing better. Wait, I think it did actually do better. Oops, I did not. Okay, no. I'm not sure if I saw that correctly, but I think I saw like a 69k in there. No. Neuvillette definitely doing more. I saw Neuvillette doing like 50k a minute ago. $4,000. I'm not confident if I can get to like 8k. How much was max rewards again? 8k, I think. Just run Yansan instead of Nebula. Yeah, but dude, it's a trial, Varesa. Wow, wait a moment. That was fast. That was actually really fast. Like, Raiden Shogun's energy filled up super fast. You're not even hitting anything. Okay, up. Chill out, everyone. Max reward is 16k. Really? Oh, that's 16k. Okay. How much did I get? Okay, I'm definitely gonna need a much better team. The first half was really sad. Okay, I'm gonna try what you said, Yansan. I'm just gonna like try buffing the just gonna try buffing what's her name? Varesa over here. Is that good? Is Farina actually good at Varesa? Or am I missing something? Should I? So Varesa versus, or sorry, Farina versus Kazuha here. Hmm. Well, the thing is, I do have C6 Trevors, but I need her for the other side here. Can I? How do I? I guess there's no way to know how many points each half did. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh. Yansan. Hang on. Yeah. Nope. No way that's gonna work. Hmm. Okay. That's gonna work. What did you say? At least that's what the devs wanted. DPS Barbara is the way. Got both Kamisato siblings. Hey, nice. Congrats, Gulshan. You mean just this patch? You got both of them? I've been playing for 2.5 years. All my characters always be at half HP. I don't know why. Gulshan, that is probably because you have Farina on the team. Having Farina on the team means that no matter how good you are at the game, your characters are always going to be at 50% HP. Hi, what's up, Stella? How's it going, man? Can you double throw with electro charge? I don't think you can. Yeah, I don't think you can. I mean, like, you'd have to rotate really, like, you'd have to have like a very specific rotation, I think. And you would need a very specific animal character. And it has some. So, Ali, your question has something to do with elemental gauge theory. And I do not have the element, like the different characters and their different attacks, elemental attacks, gauges memorized off the top of my head. Hey, what's up, Do Young? Good to see you again, man. How have you been? You eating chocolate now? Why would you guess chocolate specifically? That's an odd choice. But no, yeah, no, I am eating, yeah, but not chocolate. I'm just eating crackers. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't have Genyun. Wait. Hmm. Oh, you know what? Hey, wouldn't Jianyun be better instead of Yonsan here? Where's Skirk? Hey, what's up, baby doll? Skirk won't be here until 5.7, man. I'll check Skirk cons before I pull. If C2 is good, then I'll go C2 R1. Hey, nice. I'm sure it'll be good. Like, so far, that's, like, for a while now, that's been Hoyo's formula. Is it 2800 or 3200 defense for Zelonin? It's somewhere around 2800. But your question, I'm guessing, is you're asking about her weapon. And you don't really need a specific amount of defense for Zelonin unless you have her signature weapon. Oh, for the weapon. Okay, to max out the weapon, then you really only need it was a very specific number. It was like 2865 or like 2885, something like that. Somewhere around 2900. Wow. Okay. This is where we can actually go ham now. Okay, no skill yet. I can't actually see how much she's doing. 90k? Oh, okay, that's not bad. Oops. You know, I still can't figure out, like, if there's, like, any kind of indicator to know, like, when, what's her name? Veresa's, like, unique, special burst is available. From what I understand, it seems to be alternate. Like you E plunge, you E click and then plunge. You E dash and then plunge. No, E dash and then plunge, and then you E dash plunge special burst. E dash plunge no special burst. And then like it's like alternate, but like it once I lose the rhythm, I can't tell. Like I don't know if there's like any kind of indicator. I've never really paid attention to it. I've never even tried to look for any kind of visual indicator for it, so I have no idea. Run Yonsa instead of Zelonin. Yeah, I'll probably try that if this still doesn't work. Oh, do you always have that much ping? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. That's what happens when you're an idiot like me. Wait, current score is 2K? Only got 2K from that? I feel like I did much better than with my with Plunge Nivelette. Didn't I do so much better than 2K with Plunge Nivelette? Or her combat outfit in Fontaine, her normal outfit in Drip Marketing. Oh, I guess that was her combat outfit. Okay, that is something I didn't really pay attention to. So, actually, Stella, before you came on, about an hour before you came on, we were actually talking about Skirk's quote-unquote old design and her new design. But her quote-unquote old design, I think, might have just been her combat outfit. Downside of Skirk, she's restricted to freeze team only. That is true. She is very freeze team only. Oh, I did not hit anything with that. Did not hit anything with that skill. This is... I'm not gonna get max score performing like this. Challenge. This stage? How do I keep stage? Okay, no. Okay, no Xianyun just yet. Oops. Oh, come on. Whatever. Oh, okay. I got stuck with 2000 because I couldn't kill this guy quick enough. Okay. Freeze could freeze bosses. Would it be the best reaction? That's a pretty good question. If freeze could freeze bosses, would it be the best reaction? I don't think so, because like even if you could freeze the bosses, if you still couldn't kill them fast enough for like whatever timer, like whatever combat thing that you are trying to deal with, then you would still not be able to clear it, right? So like you would definitely have a much more comfortable time playing it, but Yeah, yeah, you would definitely have a much more comfortable time playing it, but you still wouldn't have if you just don't have the best just don't have enough DPS. Remember, freeze doesn't increase your damage, right? Unless if a certain character's talents or support talents or whatever specifically add damage, like red shred, like for example Escoffier's, right? If like certain freeze characters kits are specifically made to buff your damage or do whatever, right? For doing freeze, but like the freeze reaction itself really doesn't help you do more damage. Oops. Okay, no skill just yet. I should have gone with Farina first. Oops. Am I seeing things right? For a second there, I really thought... I'm pretty sure I saw this thing's HP full for a second, and then like get reduced the next second, and then get full again, and then get reduced again. Wait, how am I... How do I have 4K this time? I'm so confused. How do I have 4K points this time? I didn't kill that enemy. This is so confusing. Oh no, I forgot. Keep forgetting to press Raiden Shogun's E. I don't think I'm getting max points. Oops. Wrong character. Double points if you run the given points. If you run the given points? Oh, elements, I'm assuming. I said this like 4 times now. Yeah, but it's, you know, it's me, and I don't really pay too much attention. So is that why like this like recommended elements thing is a thing here? Oh. Party only has... So if I do this... Okay. I see. That's a thing. Ah, Kinich, man. Okay. Well, at the very least, I have my own Kinich on my third account. Burning, right? The other one is Burgeon. How is my... Oh, that was my third account that I built the Toma on. Okay. Hmm. Wonder if I should go Bennett or Shingling. I'll just go with Bennett, I guess. Is Kinich the only Burgeon character? Kinich isn't a Burgeon character. I think you mean, is Kinich the only burning character? By burning character, he's not really a burning character. Like, he doesn't do anything for the burning elemental reaction. At least not that I remember. But Kinich's damage just like he just gets a damage bump, a damage boost when the enemies are burning. But to answer your question, yes. Kinich is really the only burning character that we have. Burgeon character, we have a couple of actual like Burgeon characters. Toma is a pretty good Burgeon DPS. Because the problem why more people don't use Burgeon is because like when you mess up your either your rotations or like through RNG, right? Like through randomness, somehow your reactions get mixed up. Like with Hyper Bloom, you just get spread, you just get quicken, right? You get spread and whatever the other one is. I think, man, I don't remember the name, right? But you get quicken. But with burning, with Burgeon, when your reactions get messed up, you just get burning, and it's awful. Good thing you mentioned that Mavuika and Skirk are 5 stars in the title. Otherwise, we'd never know. Hey, cheers, mate. You're welcome. Aggravate. Thank you, wrong person. That's right. That's the word I was looking for. It's not a dad joke. It's anybody's sarcasm. That is true. It wasn't a dad joke. It's sarcasm. I thought Mavuika was a 2-star EM sword. And I thought you'd already fully quit Genshin, wrong person. And yet here you are, still like bitter as heck about Genshin. You know, I think Kinich's playstyle was good. I mean, like, I guess there are some players that really enjoy Kinich's playstyle. Like, maybe I'm just not the kind of player that enjoys Kinich's playstyle. But, I just really don't like it. I think it's, like, the idea is good. But in practice is not, like, very good. Because, like, it really only works against single target, like very single target situations. And an EM sword appeared. Autocorrect, I guess? Or maybe you're like half asleep while you're typing. That happens, dude. You know, I cannot count the number of times that that's happened to me. Like when I'm typing something or like saying something, like while like half asleep already. That's happened to me so many times during my call center days. Like I just be saying stuff like I would like first 3 seconds I'd have like some form of thought, and then like a second later I'll just realize like what the heck did I just say? I would have pulled him, but I have to wait for an Azurelight. Who would you have pulled? Gi. By the way, sorry Gi, if let me know if Gi is not the right way to pronounce that. I'm just pronouncing that Gi because like the name Gi, I haven't encountered that name like too often in my lifetime. So the only time I've ever encountered that name is ever since I learned about this anime / light novel called Tensura. And so Gi is the red primordial. If for anyone who is into that anime, is into that show, Gi is the red primordial there, and like it's confusing because like in some translations his name is spelled differently, but in some translations it's spelled as Gui, Gi. Also calling BS on the title of the last stream. Skirk is like a week away. If you'd have an actual audience, you get hella mad people to deal with. Hey, it works. It works for Logan Paul, right? It works for Logan Paul. Then why shouldn't it work for me, right? I'm like, dude, we're both dudes, right? I'm probably I don't actually know how old the guy is, but I'm willing to bet I'm probably a little bit older than the guy is. Yeah, I'm like we're both dudes, we're both humans, we both live on Earth, right? And yeah, right. So like maybe like there are a couple of minor differences. Like I'm like maybe a couple of million subscribers down, but like hey, yeah, right. It works for him, so like why shouldn't it work? Why shouldn't it work for me? You know, you should buff emblems or fate Kinich with the fish claymore. The fish claymore. You should buff full oh build, sorry. You should build full emblem Kinich with the fish claymore. Man, what a build. What a build. Like full 100% off-field Kinich. Don't try to teach him the right pronunciation. Last time I tried that, it started calling me Wally. Wally. Hey, you know what? That's actually kind of funny. Maybe I should start calling you Wally now. Wally. Eva. Wally. Mo. Apology video. Apologize for what? Dude, when Logan Paul apologizes, like when these like billionaires apologize for all the people that they've screwed over, right? Then I'll apologize for mispronouncing someone's name. I haven't really screwed anyone over. Right? So, like, if none of these billionaires who've screwed over millions and millions of people haven't apologized for any of it, why should normal people that have done like nowhere close to what evils these annoying rich scumbags have done? Right? Like yeah. Why not traffic children? Worked for Epstein for the longest time. Hey. Well, that requires a certain amount of resources to get an investment like that going. So RJ crypto scam is incoming when? No, I gotta start small though. I gotta start at small scale. Crypto sounds like it takes quite a bit of resources to get started. I should start with something that's just like that I can just get started with just like words. Right? Just words and a couple of button clicks. A couple of mouse clicks. I should start with NFTs. Yeah, I should start with NFTs. I'll just tell people, hey, you should get you should get on with this NFT. Like I don't know how it works, by the way. I'm pretending I know. Like, you should get on this NFT as soon as you can, because like people are gonna be buying this like hotcakes. Right, this thing's value is gonna go up like insanely fast. And yeah, whatever. Like my profile picture, there you go. The clearly not made in MS Paint emoji thing. My profile picture, right? That's gonna be it. NFT trend ended too quick. Honestly, Gee, I'm happy it ended as fast as it did. Because if it didn't, it would have actually affected the actual real economy. It's just stupid. I still cannot believe how stupid people are for NFTs to have been a thing in human history. It's the stupidest thing ever. Don't mind me, I'm just a random viewer. Hey, what's up, Wild? How's it going, man? What investment? Y'all are famous for having dirt cheap kids. Either way, this logic is terrible. Yeah, because like to traffic them, I'd have to bribe a couple of local law enforcements, because like they're definitely gonna catch on to me real quick, right? Because I don't have a network of people to like help me out. It's literally just gonna be me. So I'm gonna need a couple of $1,000 to bribe a couple of local law enforcement. And not to mention transportation, right? You can't quote unquote traffic anything without any form of transportation. When I first started with NFTs, I thought it was some rice in the Philippines. That's funny. Okay, for those of you who don't get it, there's like very specific kind of rice. I don't know if it's a kind of rice or if it's just labeled that because it goes through like what is it, National Food Authority, I think. Yeah, like so they label it as an NFA rice here in the Philippines, and like it's universally known here in the Philippines that it's just like really, it's not the worst possible rice ever, but it's definitely like low quality rice, but it's also really cheap. uh So we refer to it as an NFA rice. So what Luap is talking about is like NFTs. Yeah, they kind of remind you of NFA rice. Good luck with that. I'm gonna see what they're gonna announce at Xbox Showcase. Dude, Xbox is still alive, man. I thought Sony had I thought Sony beaten Xbox so badly that they were just afraid to show up at the party. Like Xbox hasn't, man, Xbox has so much going for it, right? They have Windows. They have so much more money to throw around to like invest into whatever than Sony does, and yet they just like somehow can't get it together. Xbox will stop making consoles, in my opinion. Um, Honestly, it's hard to predict where the market is going now because there's so many things that are happening all at the same time right now in the tech world, like in the consumer tech world, right? Because like handheld gaming PCs is becoming a thing. So far, AI hasn't made its way into like, well, I guess it has, but like, but not into gaming hardware, right? AI hasn't made its way into gaming hardware so far. Well, at least like maybe not like mainstream. Um, yeah, there are a lot of things that like imagine if you're the CEO, right, of like a giant corporation like this, like giant significant corporation like this. Like you have to make a decision on like which things you have to like like market trends you have to try and include into your products and services, and going in either or both directions spends, yeah, a certain amount of resources. And remember, there is a chance that one of them or both of them might not pay off. You talking about Sony makes all kinds of electronics, yeah, but like, do they have Microsoft levels of assets? I doubt that. I mean, like they make movies. They haven't made a they haven't made a good movie in a while. Especially like their like Marvel stuff, their like comic stuff, the Spider-Man stuff. I mean, like Spider-Man, yeah, because like it's sort of like Marvel's thing. Like they're really helping them out a lot. Um, their Venom stuff is doing okay. Like the first one, and I guess the second one was okay too. But the rest of it was like, eh. There's like, oh, dude, this. Don't even get me started on Craven. I didn't even bother watching the movie because I just saw the trailer and I was like, this is gonna be another. What was that Jared Leto vampire thing? What was that Jared Leto vampire thing? I don't remember the name of it, but like as I just saw the trailer for it, like the first ever trailer, and I was like, this is like, I don't know, like it's all hype and no, like there's nothing. It's just all hype. It's just like air inside. It's like a bag of potatoes. Frozen on an opponent. Icicles continually drop. Party members deal. Okay. Triggers frozen. Okay. Oops. Who needs... Okay, I guess Ganyu will be on this side. You will be on this side. I wonder if you still have your sword. Yes, you do. Hmm. I actually don't have enough characters for this. Okay, I guess you are going to help Mona with her energy. You know what? I think Xingqiu might actually be better here. Oops. Rosaria is... No, was very recently unbuilt. Oh, you know what? I need a good healer too. For Farina. Heroes movie hype is dead. That is true. I agree. I agree. Superhero movies are... Yeah, they were a trend. They were a trend. They're like just another passing trend. You know, something okay, something that just came to mind is like, so Disney, remember Disney bought Fox, right? However much they paid for it. I remember it was like somewhere around, like, I could be, this number could be close or it could be completely off. I don't remember anymore. This was quite a few years ago. It was for something around the range of like $40 billion, or it could also be like 80. I don't know. I don't remember anymore. This was like many years ago. And I don't think that investment paid off. And I cannot see how that investment is gonna pay off. I mean, like, granted, you know, like Fox itself, I mean, how does Fox even still make money? I guess like mostly through their movies and stuff. Because they don't just make like X-Men movies, they make all sorts of other movies as well. But like Fox News, I don't see how news makes money. I'm sure it does, like advertising, whatever, right? But like, I feel like the news industry is like such an expensive industry to be in. What the heck? How did that go through? Oh, you know what? I think instead of Charlotte here, I think I should have just gone for Rosaria. Yeah, I completely forgot that Escoffier is a healer too. Disney making a lot of movie sequels proves that. They're milking Toy Story for infinity and beyond. It's a good one. It's a good one. I like that. I like that. I think Toy Story should have just ended with 4. 3. I think ideally 3, but I also think 4 was okay, because like it gave me this like bittersweet feeling at the end that, like, at least to me personally, I like that in some movies, that bittersweet ending where it feels like they had the idea, like the outcome the characters wanted, but at the same time everything still feels like it's like lost now. I don't know how they're gonna do that with 5. I'm sure they're, like, they got a lot of smart people working on it, I'm sure. Oh my god. I just realized there's gonna be hydro mimics here. One sad thing that Disney is doing now with so much of their used to be universally beloved IPs is making live action adaptations of all of it. Like, where did they start this, by the way? What did I think it was Cinderella? Was it Cinderella? Was Cinderella the start of this whole like live action adaptation? Obviously, like, it started with Marvel stuff, right? But like, they're classic IPs. Like, where did it start? I think it was Cinderella was the first one. I could be wrong. I think Cinderella did okay. Like, I think it was okay. I especially really liked I think the actress, I don't remember her name. It was like something Bell. I don't remember anymore. I think the actress really got like the image of like a very Disney princess for Cinderella. And then after that, I think was like Beauty and the Beast, and I think the problem with that was like I think it was okay. Like, there were certainly parts, I don't remember it 100% anymore, but there were parts of it that were just like really boring. And it felt a lot like the it felt a lot like the what's that director's name? M. Night Shyamalan. Yeah, it felt a lot like the M. Night Shyamalan Avatar, The Last Airbender movie, compared to like the real, like the original TV show. It felt a lot like that. And like the only redeeming part of it, like at least marketing wise, I don't know about like acting wise or like a good movie wise, but like marketing wise was just Emma Watson playing Belle. That definitely drove a lot of eyeballs to the movie. I don't know how much it helped make it into a quote unquote good movie, into a better movie. But the rest of it was, yeah. The rest of it was like, eh. Hyper Bloom. Where is... There we go. Oh, where'd you go, Lee? Oh, I'm gonna take a guess. You had to do, like, your resin stuff. Oh, come on, darn it. Okay, my second yell on E missed. Did that just do 282k? Okay, there. 287k? 280? Wow. I was at 198 resin, so I had to go. Sure, no problem, man. At least now I know my resin caps out at 1050 every day. Do you use specifically 180 every single day? Or do you go like do you use like 200 today, 160 tomorrow, 200 today, 200 the next day, 200, 160, 200, 160? Darn it. Okay, just barely not enough energy. Okay, good. Oops. Oops, I thought that was far enough. $180 every day. Today I did like 200 because I got to 200 while spending the resin. Oh, I see. Well, as for me, I go. I use like I use 200. I go the 200, 160, 200, 160 route. cause like most of the time I spend resin on just artifact domains, and I'd rather not do like single domain runs. So I do 160, 200, 160, 200. This is gonna do really poorly, isn't it? Yeah, that's probably gonna do really poorly. Okay. Oh, right. Official, of course. Why wouldn't I? Why would I not? Oh, maybe okay. Are you built? Did I unbuild you? I guess wow, somehow I did not. I guess, not a lot of characters do want Favonius Greatsword. Electrocharged. So, ideally... Where is she? There. You. And... Okay, what enemies are gonna be here? Any immune enemies? No. Hmm. Okay, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, this one, I definitely would not unbuild this one. No noblesse though, unfortunately. Yeah. I'll just farm Mora for about 150 days. In 150 days, I should be able to go to 100 million Mora. Probably more than that. 150 days is a long time, man. Queller and Overload? This is why I hate this event. Yeah, because like, it's so limiting. Right? It's so limiting. Like this thing, this this is significantly limiting. And I bet that the HP pool of the enemies in this event is specifically like mathed out. Like they mathed out the HP pool of the enemies in this event specifically to cater to these buffs. And that if you don't take advantage of it, the enemies are gonna feel like really, really tanky. Oops. I forgot. I forgot that's Beidou. Hit me. I just remembered why I hate these enemies so much. Because like when you just don't have enough DPS to kill them quickly enough, they're so stupid.
断罪の名におい
影を打つ。
覚えたわよ。
炭になるがいい。
夜の源源
潔白を証明すると。見切りました。翼よ。
Oops.
蒼天。邪悪を狩り撃つ。
世界の熱狂の渦に
来戦雷に。ここより弱滅の時。逃げ道はありません。
僕の山本に来たぞ。
違え、衝動を解放させ潔白を証明する時だ。影を打つ。
That burst didn't hit anything. This is so cringe. They gave us overload. Sorry, like this side, they encourage us to use electro charge, and yet they give us like the enemies that just are constantly like knocked away from you.
すなわち永遠なり。邪悪を狩り撃つ。
光り輝くがいい。お披露目だ。
違え、善なる。
Seems like everyone's left. Well, no point in watching a stream where like you're playing a cringe combat event where you can't do anything you want. This is such a weird combination, by the way. Why is it Navia? Yeah, why did they give you Navia on this side? That's so weird. I have no other... Oh. Well. No. Melt. I guess Rosaria. Oh man. This is cringe. Oh, well, I guess they do give us a trial, said Lolly, so that'll be something. Did they at least give her enough energy recharge though? It's okay, whatever. What enemies do we fight here? Oh man. They won't even... Dude, this is so cringe. Geo, why Geo? This is the most random Oh, I guess like they want us to use Elonin. Okay. Geo though. Okay, I guess I don't need to have all the elements. I just need to not have elements that aren't stated here, I guess. Okay. Oh yeah, oh that's right. Doesn't Pyro Traveler help Mavuika generate what's it called? Fighting spirit or something? I actually don't know. Oh. No wonder why my Chlorend was doing peanut damage. Your team suck, uninstall. Joke's on you. I want my teams to suck. Getting sucked is great. I should retry that. Well, I mean, it's not gonna make a difference. It's not gonna give me like another 8k points, but I still want to do how well she actually does. Game's about fun anyway. You want your wife to do that, not Genshin. Hey, what's up, Siri? How's it going, man? Game's about fun anyway. Yep, that is absolutely true. Getting sucked is great. Already 2025. Why is that gold sword on Chi-Chi? That I believe that would be the Narzisenkreuz quest sword. Yeah. It's a sword that you got from doing the Narzisenkreuz quest. It's a big world quest in Fontaine. I guess this is okay. It's so weird though. Why do they want us to have a Hydro character on this side? Like, they have Hydro immune enemies in here. Two DPSs. Yeah, that'll work. Is it any good? No, no. I haven't heard of anyone talk about that sword like being usable. Not even just good, but usable on anyone. I'm just on for a short break. Oh, I see. Are you in the middle of your shift, Siri? How much of a DPS increase is Mistsplitter versus R5 Finale of the Deep? Over on who, Gi? On which character? Okay, I asked that question. Makes it sound like I actually have an answer to it. I actually don't. That sounds like a math question. You'd be better off asking someone else for math questions, Gi. Although my answer would be it depends on who, because Mist Splitter is a very it's a very conditional sword. Mist Splitter is a very, very conditional sword. I mean, Finale of the Deep is also a conditional sword. So like if you can, like if you put it on, okay, you did say Pyro Traveler. Okay, so I guess you're not getting the wait, Finale of the Deep. That is the craftable sword, right? That's the Fontaine craftable sword. I don't remember. If it is, then yeah, I guess you're also not getting the full, getting full value on it on Pyro Traveler. Pyro Traveler, from what I know, doesn't really have good enough multipliers to justify building Pyro Traveler to try to do damage. I could be wrong. I might be wrong, but I just haven't seen or heard of anyone ever talk about Pyro Traveler, like how they would build Pyro Traveler. The only way that the only time that I've ever heard people talk about building Pyro Traveler is just so like to help, no, to make the dragon, the weekly boss fight, like the dragon weekly boss fight in Fontaine, a little less cringe. And I guess is a, like, it helps build Mavuika fighting spirit. But other than that, like, I'd never hear anyone ever talk about making Pyro Traveler do damage. Don't need to get the highest score, just go for the primos. Yep, that is what I'm going for. RJ just got C6 Raiden. Oh, and lost 50-50 after that in some in the same multi. And now I have 55 wishes saved. Skirk will be my congrats Bozan. Question now is, who are you going to use that C6 Raiden on? I understand that you C6'd her because you really like her, but her C6 is like, it's not nothing, but the cooldown reduction thing isn't really, like, it doesn't really help in any significant way, like any of her teams. I don't know though. Already have all characters, and Skirk and Dahlia are my next characters. But Dahlia is a disappointment. Dahlia is like from what I understood of their explanation of Dahlia's kit, it doesn't really do anything except for shielding. Right? Like I might have missed like one or two things, but that's sort of what I remember. I think after I get Skirk, I will stop playing Genshin for a while. Oh man, dude, Genshin still losing players, huh? Is there anything new? Sadly, my PC broke. I have to wait to play it again, but I saw the spoilers. Get your PC. Oh man, your PC broke? Do you know what? Do you know what's wrong with it, Gee? What happened to it? Hugo will be the best Hydro 4-star until the end of this game. That is, for some time now, that has, for, you know, since the beginning of the game, that was like very, like, undoubtedly a fact, right? But at some point, somewhere around Fontaine, that started to be a little more like Xingqiu started to have to share that #1 podium with a few other 4-stars situationally, but now, like, Xingqiu still, like, it's like all the new supports that have come into play and all the new, like, different team archetypes that have come into play have not reduced Xingqiu's value, because like Xingqiu still does everything that he used to do. Nothing got taken away from him. But because now we have so many other options, that Xingqiu isn't everyone's first choice anymore. I have no healer on this team. Mavuika is gonna die. Yup, there she is. There she goes. And Pyro Traveler really doesn't do anything on this team. Pyro Traveler's only job was just to help Mavuika with fighting spirit. Ow. Oh, darn it. Oh, I absorbed my mark a little too early. Stopped using Xingqiu ever since I got Farina. Yeah, like nowadays we just have way too many options now. So Xingqiu isn't really anyone's first pick anymore. Unless if you just don't have that many, you don't have like all the other options as well. But yeah. I decided if I want to watch Outer Worlds 2 presentation after the Xbox showcase, or wait for it to come out and see the other details for myself. Outer Worlds 2, that sounds real familiar. Where have I heard that name before? Wow, that was not a number that I usually see on from my Mavuika. You know, I think I could have gotten max points on this one if I just had a better team for the first half. I'm gonna give it one more try. Yeah, I just needed like an actual proper team on the first half here. This is so cringe, by the way. I just don't have any, like, anything that I can use, that I can put together here. I guess Xingqiu, like, would help, because, like, Red Shred. I guess Kachina would have been an okay choice if I had, if I had, you know what, I could put 4. I could put 4 Cinder City on her right now, and that'll be something. Heard that name everywhere when it came out in 2019. It's been Reddit's darling for the longest time. That I answered my question. Reddit's darling. That's a interesting story. Any of these give HP? I mean, not that it's gonna help much anyway. Kachina's level 1, so it's really not gonna help much. Okay, just any level 20, I guess, will help. Yeah, 6k. Definitely not getting one hit by that. Do I need any energy for anyone? I actually don't know. Hang on, how does this thing work again? In the Night Soul Blessing state. So how do I get into the Night Soul Blessing state on Kachina? Do I hold E? Night Soul point limit. Might as well build Aura instead of Kachina. What for? I don't really have any proper what's it called? Electro charge teams. Okay, well, whatever. This is gonna work as best as it can, I guess. I don't know how to go into the Night Soul state on Kachina, by the way. She's probably gonna die in the first rotation anyway, so it's probably not gonna matter. Still don't have a healer. Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. Geo character. How did I completely forget? Completely forgot about the old man. Completely forgot about the old man. Yeah, no healer, no problem. Farina can heal. Yeah, but ideally we want her to be doing damage. Okay, this is really not that much better than what Sori team I came up with earlier. It just feels, I guess, a little more comfortable to play. But damage-wise, it's about the same. Maybe even worse, I think. Because, like, Arlecchino is actually doing good damage. I guess this is at least like rotating a little better. That didn't crit.
敵縁に葬られよ
No, I don't think that's any better than my last run. Come on.
敵縁に葬られよ
Come on, there we go.
じゃあ行くよさあ働きなさい悪用の力を追うな
この天下で裁く
Yeah, somehow I actually did poorly. Actually somehow did worse than my last run. Yeah. Somehow that, wait. Maybe Arlecchino actually made a big difference on the, the last run there. Alright. Well, okay, we're done with the event. That was cringe. Hey, what's up, Soul Reaper? Nice to meet you, man. How you doing? Better change the playlists I selected for this stream. I included theater, but apparently I'm not gonna have enough time for that. Alright, be right back. Just switching accounts. How are you, man? I'm good, man. I'm good. Thanks for asking. I could be better if I didn't procrastinate so much, because I have quite a lot of stuff to do in the game. And like the deadline for all of them is coming up pretty soon. Can you do my Raiden review? Sure, I guess. Just a quick one though, because like I still have to do this event 2 times over. There's just 7 days left this event. I haven't even gotten. I've just barely done this. The last one. Yeah, I still have to do this event 2 times over. So, don't expect a very satisfying. Can you get... It's like double the points though. Should I try this one? Okay, I'm gonna try this difficulty. Just to see. Don't expect a very satisfying review from me, Soul Reaper, because it's like... typically how I review anything... Hang on. Okay, there. How I review anything, any characters or any teams or like anyone's accounts is like I look at it, and if it looks like you're doing like you know what you're doing, and I'm like, okay, this is good. You know what you're doing. You don't need help from me. And if let me see, if what's the word I'm looking for? And if I can see that you clearly need help, then yeah, like I'll spend time. I'll spend some time actually like going through your like whatever character you asked me to review, and going through your other options as well, like what you could do, etc., etc. Quick review is okay. All right. Well, I'm looking at it, and well, it looks like you know what you're doing, so you don't need any help from me. There you go. That's my review. Jian Yun. Oh right, Jian Yun. Yeah. Look like you know what you're doing. You don't need anything, any help from me. Nothing else can be done. Bro, lol. I mean, like, I did say so. I mean, like, I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at your Raiden Shogun right now, and like, I'm like, okay, well, this guy knows what he's doing. So, like, what else do you want me to say, right? This is okay. By the way, this is not like again, like nothing against you personally. This is just about like this is just specifically about everyone, like in general, right? Everyone that asks for account reviews and stuff. If you know what you're doing, right? If you know what you're doing, and especially if you've been playing Genshin for long enough that you've accumulated a good amount of artifacts that allow you to build whatever character it is that you want to build at least decently. Like, why do you need an account review? Right? What is an account review for? Right? Is it like maybe okay, so maybe I understand, like maybe if you just don't have that much experience in the game just yet, but you know how to build your characters, you're like, okay, well, I just want to know where I am in relation to everyone else, right? But you don't need an account review for that. What you need is to see other people's accounts and how well their accounts are doing and how well their accounts perform in different combat content. Right? You don't need someone telling you, yo, this is a great Raiden Shogun. This is a great Arlecchino. This is like one of the best nivelettes I've ever seen, man. Right? When you know what you're doing, you don't need someone to stroke your ego. Dude, Soul Reaper, I just said I'm looking at it. I just said I'm looking at it. That doesn't mean I'm going to show it on screen. Where is she? Why can't I not? Oh, right. I'm an idiot. I just switched accounts. I'm on the second account. This account doesn't have Jianyun. I was so jealous of that guy. C6 Yai? What guy, Siri? By the way, where are you from? From the good old hot and humid Philippines, man. It's a little... It isn't... Well, at least today, anyway. It wasn't super hot today. But it did... I actually did not see the sun today at all. It was just like cloudy and not rainy immediately, but like just cloudy the whole day from the moment I woke up. And then like from afternoon to evening, it was just rainy. Hey, what's up, Mr. Murasaki? Good to see you, man. How you been? There was a guy asking for a review on his account, and he had a C6i. Oh wow, that was like quite a while ago. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember. Yeah, I vaguely remember it because like he was the only one that has ever dropped like their UID and like, hey, review my account or whatever, and then like had a C6i. Raining in my country? Well, India's a big country, so if it's raining where you are, that doesn't mean it's raining in the whole country. It's the same thing everywhere. Well, except if you maybe if you live in the Vatican. The Vatican is a country, isn't it? It's like a city country. It's so complicated. From what I understand, the Vatican is a city, and hence the name Vatican City. But from what I understand, it is also like an independent like state. Papal state. Yeah, right. So like, and from what I understand is the Vatican, I guess sure it has to follow Italy's laws, but like sort of loosely, as long as like it doesn't like completely go the complete opposite direction of Italy's laws, then like they don't really have an issue there. But it sort of just governs itself, from what I understand. Oh, right. Hydro. Okay, plunging and overload, right. Did I raise Yansan on this account? If I did, okay, there. I did top cat. That was a very half-assed attempt at an impersonation of Tweety. If I go there, I speak Latin, which I'm good at, but I regret learning Latin. Really? Have you ever gone there, Siri? I wish it rained here too. I wish it... actually, you know what? I was about to say I wish it rained here every day. And I take that back. I take that back. Because, like, rain here in the Philippines, it really helps, like, with how hot it feels, right? It really helps with the temperature. It doesn't help with the humidity at all, but it really helps, like, turn the temperature, take the temperature down. But, it really doesn't help because the Philippines has so many cities that are very prone to floods and landslides, because there's so many of our national highways are like that are like dug into and around mountains. And I'm not talking about like around, like avoiding mountains. I'm actually talking about like they dug they dug up the feet of mountains, like lots and lots of mountains. And and like they just made a road on it. So that's why there's so many of our national highways that are just so prone to landslides and flooding. Overloaded, right. Chevrus, there you are. And oh yeah, no. Okay, no. Where is she? There. Okay. This is not going to perform as well as Arlecchino on my first account, because Arlecchino on my first account has Jade Spear, whereas on this account she just has White Tassel. And my second account, which is what I'm on right now, my second account has significantly lower quality build Arlecchino than on my first account. I hate rain. I always go to seaside, so you know why. Oh yeah, like hanging out at the seaside is just like, it's, you just, it's not enjoyable. No, it's the opposite of it, if not enjoyable. It just, the rain just ruins the seaside. Like the vibe of the seaside. Like the point, like why you go to the seaside is you get to hear, right? Like I don't know. It's the vibe, the feeling is just not there. If it's raining. Race is complicated. She like, well, if you try to understand her kit, yes, but playing her is actually fairly straightforward. Flood happens in my country every year. Oh yeah, it happens here too. It happens here too. In fact, dude, I live in a city, albeit not a big city, but it's a proper city. You have like buildings, traffic lights and stuff, bunch of cars, and dude, my house got flooded. And like I'm right in the middle of downtown, like not downtown like the business area, but like downtown, like this is like the big residential area, and my house got flooded, in like on Christmas Day, Christmas morning, in 2022. Thankfully, it was only up to it was only ankle deep, so it didn't ruin too many things. Actually. Did it ruin anything? No, I guess not. Yeah, you know what? No, actually, it didn't ruin anything. It was just a lot of cleanup. It was a lot of cleanup, and just everything in the kitchen was just disgusting. The Philippines is sinking. Sorry, blew up. You just reminded me of that. I don't remember what ad that was for, but it was funny because like it was this ad from like the 2000s, and this clip, okay, like by the way, the 2000s was a very different time, right? The 2000s was a very different time. No smartphones yet. Obviously, in the 2000s, mobile, in the late 2000s, excuse me, late 2000s and early 2010s, mobile data definitely existed, but it wasn't like you couldn't just watch a video like instantly, right? You couldn't just unlock your phone, turn on your mobile data, and start and just open YouTube and watch a random video. No, like you couldn't just easily do that. Like mobile data did exist, but it just barely existed. It just existed, and you're like, hey, cool, mobile data. It was also extremely expensive, so hardly anyone had it. And smartphones were extremely expensive back then, so hardly anyone had smartphones. So anyway, this funny ad of like funny ads, memes, and like controversial videos and stuff. These get shared between people on their phones, like, by the way, not smartphones, mind you, not smartphones, but because like remember the late 2000s was when was just barely when the iPhone 1 came out, when like the first full touchscreen smartphone came out. So like people mostly had like non-colored, like just, you know, like dumb phones, right? But at like in the mid to towards the late 2000s, people started to get like colored colored phones. They weren't completely dumb phones anymore. Like you could actually play video on them, but it's still far. It was still far from like the phones that we have now. And the way that people, that memes and gifs and controversial videos and whatever, right, and like clips and in fact even adult videos, even adult videos, the way these things got shared back then was like you would Bluetooth it to each other, right? Like if you have it, like someone Bluetoothed it to you, right? And you were like, you saw it from someone else's phone, and you were like, hey, can you give me a copy of that? And then like they would Bluetooth it to you. And then And then at some point you share that, like you show that to some of your other friends, and then they want a copy of it, and then you bluetooth it to them, and so on and so on. Like it was like, yeah, the MP3 era. Yeah, you're right. MP3 era, this was the time when you downloaded music. You did not just stream music. Like if you wanted to listen to like specific songs over and over again, you downloaded them. You had to download them. So anyway, there's this clip, like funny, and it seemed like an ad for like English lessons or something. And it was an ad of what was sort of like a reenactment of the German Coast Guard getting a Mayday call. Getting a Mayday call, and it was like a new guy. And it was a new guy, and then like he was like sat there in front of the radio, and his superior had to excuse himself for a moment. So it was just like no one in the office but the new guy for a couple of minutes, and then suddenly like the radio comes in, like Mayday, 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 is anyone there? And then the guy was like, hello, this is the German Coast Guard. And then the radio comes back, and Mayday, Mayday, can you help us? We're sinking. And then and then the German Coast Guard new guy was like, hello, what are you thinking about? And then that was like this was when the ad placement came in. Man, those were the days. Oh my god. You know, I both love and hate whenever I am reminded of things from the 2000s. I both love and hate whenever I'm reminded of things from the 2000s. I love it cuz I get to revisit some of my memories from the 2000s when like I mean, like, I'm sure a lot of you younger people in chat, and like a lot of you younger people probably would be like, oh, ew, the Stone Age. Ugh, no smartphone, no internet, no laptop. Ugh, right? Like, I bet a lot of you would be like, icky. I was born in 2000. DVDs. Oh yeah. This was definitely the time of DVDs as well. But the 2000s was a very, and this is probably biased, right? Like my perspective of the 2000s is, I can't say 100% that it's definitely biased, but it was very likely biased because, so I'm 32 years old, right? I was born in 1992, and so the 2000s to me were the years when I transitioned from being a kid into like, these were my teenage years, right? And my mom, while quite strict, was very, she didn't necessarily like give me freedom, but she sort of just left me alone. Because she saw, because I was very stubborn, right? Whenever I wanted something, I would just go for it, right? And like my mom, most of the time, couldn't stop me. But at the same time, I also made sure to, I also tried my best to make sure that my mom wouldn't be worried about me, right? So every time she just left me alone to, like to do whatever I wanted, I made sure that I would come back home and nothing would happen to me or whatever, right? Like I made sure to give her the idea that I'm fine, right? That I'll be fine and I can take care of myself, and that I'm not like young and like, sure, I was young and stupid, but I wasn't so stupid as to like do stuff and get myself into trouble that I couldn't get myself out of. And I mostly did well in that regard, right? I didn't succeed all the time, right? There were a couple of things that happened every now and then, where I had to ask for help from my parents. But yeah, it mostly worked out well. So I think I think my perspective of the 2000s might be a little biased because these were my teenage years where I got a pretty nice taste of a certain amount of freedom. And because it were, these were my teenage years, these were some of the years where I got to try out a lot of new stuff. I got to do sleepovers, right? I got to sleep at a couple of my classmates' houses every now and then. I got to these were the years when I started drinking. These were the years when I started drinking. These were the years that I started to hang out with a bunch of my buddies a lot of the time, playing video games, playing Dota 1, mind you, not Dota 2, because Dota 2 did not exist yet. Dota 1, and a bunch of other multiplayer games that we used to play. And it was, and no, not even just playing Dota 1, but playing Dota 1 until sunrise. Yeah, having sleepovers and just playing Dota 1. Not necessarily a LAN party because none of us had laptops back then. Some of us did, but we weren't allowed to bring it with us or to sleepovers because laptops were expensive back then. But sleepovers, and we got to play Dota until sunrise. We would just take turns on the computer. And we sleep over at the computer shop. Yeah, and sometimes we did that too. In my city though, there weren't a lot of computer shops that were open overnight. There were only a handful of them that were open all throughout the night. But yeah, I got to try that a couple of times, and my first time, I don't remember all the times that I did that anymore, but my very first time doing that, I don't know how to put it. It felt really nice. It felt this so the music video The Nights, by Avicii, right? If y'all haven't seen it, if y'all haven't heard of that song, that track, you are missing out on a piece of your life. Go listen to it. Go watch the original music video of it. It's incredible. It gave me that sort of feeling where the parts of the music video where you get to where it starts singing the chorus and it says, you said one day we'll leave this world behind. What was the lyrics again? Okay. Oh my God, I'm missing a few words here. Something you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child. These are the nights that never die. Okay, I should stop singing, saying the lyrics, because this is very quickly gonna get caught by the YouTube algorithm and get demonetized. But yeah, I recommend you all listen to it. It's incredible, and watch the original music video. Yeah, the first time I ever did it, it gave me a very strong feeling of whatever I feel whenever I watch that music video and I listen to that song. Especially because it happened during those years of my life, during those teenage years when I got to try out a bunch of stuff, I got to experience a certain amount of freedom, and I got to try out a bunch of stuff that I never imagined that I would ever be able to try. Because not only did I even try a lot of new stuff too, right? But also technology significantly improved during this age, right? So not only did I get to try out a bunch of right, for example, if I was born in the 80s, my teenage years would have been in the 90s, which means and of course, sure, technology was definitely booming during the 90s, but we didn't get proper global internet in the 90s. We didn't get And when I say proper global, I mean I'm talking about like global, like you can use the internet even if you aren't an expert on computers, right? Like, and that happened in the 2000s. We didn't have laptops, USB sticks, MP3 players. Sure, there was the Sony Walkman, the Sony Discman in the 90s, sure, right? But like that was different from just having an MP3 player. And getting to download, just having access to the internet, getting to download music through various means was such a different experience. Yeah, and like I got to experience all of that firsthand. It was an incredible, and like, oh man, the transition from CRT monitors to LCD monitors, and the transition from mouse balls to laser mice. Oh god. Napster and Mix. Oh my god, yep. Yeah. I never got to experience Napster though, cuz like I remember I was like born in 1992, so by the time that I was old enough to like even know what I was doing, this was already like well into the 2000s. In fact, the first time I got like my first computer I got I was in 4th grade, I believe. Hang on. 2005, 2003, I think it was somewhere around there, 2003, 2004. And I didn't have internet immediately. It was about a year after I got my first computer before I had internet at home. Yeah, so like by this time, Napster and like a bunch of the other like services from the 90s to get music on weren't, I mean, like they were still there, but there were a bunch of other options at this point. Like LimeWire was one of them. Like that was the only one that I used because I was just so scared about like getting viruses and stuff, and like I just like looked up whatever, right? Like download this, download that, whatever, right? And I found LimeWire, and I was like, okay, well, it's working, and I didn't get a virus. Okay, cool. We'll just stick to this then. We'll just stick to this. And yeah, because like, remember, I was a kid, and I'd already experienced a couple of times where I actually got a virus on my computer. And remember, in the 2000s, we had Windows XP and Windows 7. And Windows XP and Windows 7 did not have... Well, I guess Windows 7... Did Windows 7 have Windows Defender? I think Windows 7 did, yeah. Windows 7 had Windows Defender, but because this was like the first few years of Windows Defender, it wasn't like as good as what Windows Defender is now. So, but it was still like a lot better. It was still a lot better than a lot of the other and like third-party antivirus software, because like at least performance-wise, because it didn't like drag down your PC's performance. But it also wasn't great. Like it couldn't remove like certain viruses, etc., etc. But yeah. So I was like really paranoid about viruses and stuff. Especially because we did not have Windows Reset yet. So if you wanted to completely, guaranteed, absolutely get rid of a virus, reformat. And, you know, because we weren't rich, I did not have another computer. In fact, I was young. I was like too young to understand, to even know how to look up how to reformat a computer, let alone like make an ISO file, like get an ISO file and like install it onto my USB, like Windows installation or whatever. I don't know the proper terminology for it. I didn't even have a USB stick until like I was in in my second year of high school, which by the way, like, education was very different here in the Philippines back then. We didn't have senior high, so it was like therefore we didn't have quote unquote middle school. We only had what we called primary school, which was 1st grade to 6th grade, and then high school, which was 7th grade to 10th grade. That was it. And then after that, you go to college. So you like technically you went to college at 16. Yeah, so I was in 8th grade. So like my second year of high school. was was the first time that I ever got myself a USB thumb drive. I vaguely remember it, but like I can't remember how it looked like, but I do remember that it was only 256 megabytes. I remember it was only 256 megabytes. But I don't remember what brand it was, and I don't remember how I lost it, and I don't remember what it looked like anymore. But I still remember that it was only 256 megabytes. I remember my Grain's monitor had like a bulletproof. yeah, that's right. My monitor had one too. Yeah. My dad, because like none of us in our entire family knew anything about computers. In fact, I think back to it now, and I'm actually shocked that my parents bought me a computer. I'm like shocked. I remember asking my parents for one. I remember asking my dad specifically, and I'm like, despite none of us knowing anything about computers, or even like needing a computer for anything at all, I'm actually like, now that I think back to it, right now that I'm grown up and I think back, every time I think back to it, I'm shocked that my dad actually bought me a computer. And because none of us knew anything about a computer, my dad just went to like a shop, like a computer sales shop, and just like talked to the owner. The owner like told him this or that, and like my dad probably flew right over my dad's head. And then he was just like, okay, well, give me everything that you think I need. And then like the guy just sold my dad like I don't know what the trade rate was, but it was like Philippine pesos and US dollars at the time. I specifically remember it was the computer sales shop that my classmate's dad owned, because I specifically remember my classmate was like a half Filipina and half, I believe, Australian. And I specifically remember seeing her dad, like big guy, really big belly, like talking to my dad. And yeah, like it was about 40,000 Philippine pesos. I don't know what the trade rate was then, but it was about 40,000 Philippine pesos. 40,000 Philippine pesos was a huge amount of money in the year 2003, 2004. It was a huge amount of money. And that's why, like, today I think back to it and I'm just like shocked that my dad bought me one. Granted, it was the PC itself, the monitor, the mouse, keyboard, the tower itself, a printer, and even the table itself, even the desk. And it wasn't just a tiny desk too. Like it was a pretty significant desk. It was a pretty significant desk. Not a very high quality one, but it was big. It was big, and in fact, okay, here, funny thing too, I still have a small piece of that desk today. I still have it with me. Like, it is in my household. And I will do my very best to keep it with me for the remainder of my days. I don't know, man. I'm just an emotional guy like that. I'm just an emotional and very nostalgic kind of guy. I get attached to things. Oh, I suddenly remembered like Iron Man 2. Iron Man 2, like the guy that Mickey Rourke played. I don't remember what his name was. The supervillain name was, but it was he said to Justin Hammer, don't get too attached to things. Learn to let go. Once he yaps, he never stop. Yep, that is true. Especially once you get me yapping about stuff that I'm like really into, like whether it's good into or bad into. I remember getting a threatening email from Metallica's attorney because I was sharing one of their songs on Napster. Oof. Yikes. What ended up happening after that, Arsnesny? The OG screen protector you were talking about, Luap, wasn't? Yeah. I mean, like, now we look at it and like, if you show that thing and how it went on a monitor, right? If you just showed a Gen Z or someone from Gen Z or what's the generation right before Gen Z? Is it Gen Alpha? Right, somebody who was born in the last 15 years, what it looked like, and they would be like, why does it need a screen protector? Is it a touchscreen? Right? Like, no, it wasn't actually a screen protector. It was just something that apparently, well, at least like all the salesmen said that it reduced the amount of radiation that would make it through, like that would make it to your eyes. And in fact, my dad's like 29-inch Sony TV. He bought one for it, and it's huge. It was huge. It's all my fault. Sorry, chat. I think you did start this time. Hang on. What? The beating session from your parents is fun. Okay, that's funny. MP3 era. Floods happen. Philippines is sinking. Oh my god. Yes, Luap, it is your fault. It started when you said the Philippines is sinking, because you reminded me of the we're sinking. Oh, hello. This is the German Coast Guard. What are you thinking about? Nothing really. I think somebody from the US had to pay fines, but they sent a ton of those worldwide. Oh, I see. Well, it was a very... Because remember, like the internet, right? The free internet, especially the free internet, when like everything started to become easier to use, right? Where you didn't need to be a computer engineer or an IT personnel to know how to get on the internet. That was such a big new thing for not just the music industry, but even the movie industry as well, right? Because like all of a sudden, like the general public suddenly had access to file sharing, right? And especially because a lot of the music went from physical to digital, right? They went from cassette tapes. No, they went from vinyl records to, at some point, cassette tapes. Yeah, to VCDs. And then at some point they just went completely digital, right? They just went completely digital, and then at that point, when computers started to become easier to use, like I don't remember. I believe it was Windows ME right before Windows XP. I don't remember exactly. It was Windows ME and then Windows XP and then Windows 7. Computers all of a sudden got so much easier to use. And now you didn't have to be an IT personnel. You didn't have to go to college for like with a computer degree to be able to use a computer and to get on the internet. So like, yeah, there was this sudden surge of the capability to share files, even files that technically you weren't supposed to have, you were supposed to pay for. Right? So like all of a sudden, yeah, like the music industry and the movie industry didn't have anything to worry about just yet, because the internet just wasn't fast enough to share movies around, at least like not as freely as we can now. And not as much as we could songs. But yeah, that's why like they were really serious about it, about like filing lawsuits and stuff. Man, it was a crazy time. It was a crazy time. I lost like 5 people because of me. Really? I mean, it still says 8 concurrent viewers, and you know, like even before I started on this yap, it was like there was like 9 or 8 people watching. What does this mean? No. Okay, I don't understand the first part. Bulan means moon. Sanguna sounds like a really old-fashioned way to say sauna, which is like a long time ago. Either it's an really old-fashioned way to say it, or like it's a different language, like still Filipino language, but Ilonggo. It is Ilonggo. Yeah. Okay, I guessed as much. Yeah, it's a different language. Ika isang Bakunawa. Bakunawa definitely, like, that's like the name of the monster that I actually only recently learned about too. Thanks to Genshin. Hey, thanks Genshin. Maluoy command. Maluoy means have mercy. But again, this is Ilonggo, and I don't know Ilonggo, but it's like some of the words are similar enough that I could sort of guess what they mean. Iulit means return. Corona means crown. Amon, I'm gonna guess that this is amo or our. Hari means king. Oh, I didn't know you. I didn't know you were Ilonggo, Luap. Our moon from the past was eaten by dragon. Have mercy, give it back. Crown of our king. Crown of our king? Why is there? Why is there a question mark though? Oh, darn it. Okay. Did not want to do that. Oops. So Ilonggo is different than standard Tagalog and Cebuano then? Yeah. It's basically, I guess linguists probably would just say it's a different dialect, like it's a different Filipino dialect. But at least at least according to what I was taught, it's just a different language. But yeah, I guess it's just a dialect. Yeah, I guess it is just a different dialect. Because some of the words in whatever you said to me in Ilonggo seemed really similar to Cebuano as well. So yeah, it's basically a dialect. I remember after watching Avengers the first time in theaters, I was so excited to watch it at home. I didn't even understand it was illegal at the time. So I said it out loud and embarrassed my dad. No. Wait, what do you... Sorry. You said it out loud where? Because you already watched it in theaters. So you said it out loud at home? At school? Multilingual countries are fascinating me in Canada. You either speak English, French, boo, or you're an immigrant. I almost thought Ilonggo and Cebuano are like Norwegian and Swedish, since both are languages of Visayan. Well, what is the difference / relationship between Norwegian and Swedish? in the theater. No. Oh, that's okay. Sorry, Spartan. What year was this, if you don't mind me asking? Because like nowadays, it's like everyone's probably like, okay, we know about it. Like everyone knows about it. But if this was like a certain range in time in history, then yeah, I can see how like it must have been really awkward for your dad. This seems like it's going a lot faster. That now that I'm doing it. Now that I'm doing it at the not the highest difficulty, but the second highest. Although my points, I don't think I'm gonna rack up as many points though, because like the point counter there is definitely not going up as fast as it did when I was doing this as at max difficulty. Yeah. I guess I should just do this at max difficulty. Especially because the points like between the second highest and max difficulty is like literally double. $2012. Okay. 2012, let me think. I guess like piracy was already sort of an open secret in 2012, but it wasn't to the general public. It was mostly an open secret to those who knew how to do it, and those who knew how to do it, like it wasn't everyone just yet. Like you couldn't just easily like do a Google search to find out where to get it or how to do it, whatever. Like you could, but like you still had to know what you were looking for. So 2012 definitely, this would have been a little cringe. This definitely would have been cringe. That's funny. What did your dad say though? Swedes can understand spoken Norwegian easily without learning it. Norwegians can understand Swedish without learning it too. Oh, really? Well, no. Like Ilongo and Cebuano aren't that close. Like we might be able to understand like words, like a couple of words here and there between each other's languages, but definitely not able to actually converse with each other. There's also Bisaya, Hiligaynon, but I barely know any of those. So are you a native Ilonggo? I'd say so, yeah. Fascinating. Means you know Swedish, Norwegian, Ilonggo, and possibly Tagalog too. Do you know Tagalog? I think most Filipinos know Tagalog. Because everyone who went to school in the Philippines has a Filipino subject. So yeah, like most Filipinos know Tagalog. He pulled me aside and had to explain to me the concept of how old were you in 2012, Spartan? That must have been so cringe. I can't imagine how your dad felt. Oh my god, no Mavuika, huh? Well, this is gonna be a little awkward. Bloom, Burgeon. Oh, okay. Well, ideally, I want you to be here because it's Burgeon. Oops. There. Don't really have any off-field pyro. Guess Bennett Chengling. No, I already have a healer. Okay. Seems okay. Oops. Yeah, maybe like that. Return. Oh no, why did I click that? This event's stupid. Like, I can't even like. I'm like, okay, who do I put as my fourth character here? And I'm like, okay, well, I'll just put official or whatever, right? I don't know. I have no idea who I want to put in as my fourth character on this team. But they're like, nope, you lose points for that. Okay, random character. Nine. Oh, okay, okay. Well, I guess you might have been old enough to understand it already. Yeah. So, what was your reaction? Yeah, like how did you feel, or like what did you think after your dad explained it to you, though? The Cebuano is the second most spoken language in the Philippines, right? Honestly, I mean, I'm with Luap on this one. I don't know. It's either Tagalog and everything else. It's either Tagalog and everything else. Like, I don't know about English because like there are a lot of Filipinos that don't speak English. They understand English, but they don't speak English. Nowadays, from the 2010s though, a lot more kids have been like growing up learning English, but it's still I would say English is still far from being the second most spoken language in the Philippines because like, well, most spoken, right? But most understood, probably. Yeah, English probably the second most understood language in the Philippines, but spoken, no. Maybe Filipinos speak English here before my country. I mean, like, cause like that's the only one we know. That's the only foreign language most of us know. Oh, darn it. Okay. Come on. There we go. This is actually really cringe. This is a very cringe run. Not even 3,000 points. But this is probably because I picked Nahida instead of Emilie, which I completely forgot because I was yapping. Imagine not speaking English. A bunch of savages. RJ, you don't have that accent. I do. It slips out every now and then, especially when I'm like really, really sleepy. But yeah, it's mostly because when I was a kid, well, even today, I'm like still obsessive to a certain degree. So, because like when I was a kid, I was like obsessive about like how, well, mostly just due to my ignorance, right? Just because like I was stupid, like anytime like I learned about anything, like, and like the whenever I saw my parents do it, or like whenever I saw others do it, like that would be like immediately like my default, like my brain would just default to like, okay, like this thing has to be done this way, and this is the only correct way to do it. And when I started hearing English on the TV in cartoons, well, you know, guess what? The Philippines is such a small market that local cartoons just don't, you know, they just don't make sense here economically, right? So, well, here you go, Hollywood cartoons, right? Hollywood cartoons. So, like all of them, in the American accent. So I started, yeah, all of them in the American accent, and because again, very small market, right? Just having to dub every single one into a Filipino language just didn't make sense. Just wasn't economically viable. So they were all just like completely in English, including all the Hollywood movies. They were just all in English. I guess mostly because I guess not just the economics thing, but it's also like a historical thing. Because the Philippines did like the USA did used to own the Philippines for a brief time or brief period, and not only that, but like World War One, World War Two. Well, I don't know about World War One, but like World War, well, I don't actually know what happened in the Philippines during World War One, but definitely World War Two. Again, the U.S. stayed here for a bunch, and then like I am pretty sure like even then there were already a bunch of like American investments here in the Philippines. I remember this thing. I remember hearing about this story, this wild story that some city in Mindanao and this literally this one company like selling steel and other metals was like Americans go to for buying steel. In fact, that they were buying steel from this one Philippine company over American steel because it was such good quality for the price. And then like somehow the government screwed all of that screwed all of that up, and like just gone. So yeah, like America already had a big, I guess, influence on the Philippines by then. Fascinating to me, in Canada, you either speak English or you're a loser. What? That's a thing in Canada? So like, are there actually Canadians who can't speak English? Like they just speak French? We're expected to take some French. Ew. Okay. English is the language everyone defaults to. Sorry, okay. I'm still fascinated though. Like the fact that you're talking about it like this makes me think that English, I don't know, because like, okay, my Filipino brain, right? My Filipino brain, who's never been abroad before, has always thought that Canada was just kind of like the USA, but like influenced a little more by the French instead of the British. So like language, like English is just the language there, and then like some people just so happen to learn French, I guess, because of its, I guess, French, I guess, history. Well, partly French history, but I don't know. I'm not a historian. I don't know any of this stuff. This is all like all that I know.
私らは砂漠に慣れちゃいるが、それでもいつかは風車とおさらばしてどこかのオアシスで楽しく暮らせる日が来ることを願ってるよ。
Country with multiple languages is completely different. Is a completely alien concept by comparison. Oh yeah, okay. That is, yeah. Some of the rural only speak French. Oh, really? Interesting. I had no idea, man. Some Canadians and monolingual. Canadians in Quebec mostly speak French as their first language, second English. The main issue is the Indian immigrants that only speak Hindi. Oh, okay. At least the French are quarantined. What? Okay. The immigrants that only speak Hindi. Like, when you say only speak Hindi, like, they only speak Hindi to each other? Even in public? Or, like, they literally can't speak English? I mean, I do understand that, like, Canada is, like, one of the more open one of the more open countries, like, at least, like, the countries among, like, the Five Eyes Alliance, or, like, whatever the thing is called, right? Like America, India, sorry, not India, America, Canada, Australia, and, like, I don't remember the other ones. Like, literally zero English. Wow, that's surprising to me. But yeah, like, I do understand that Canada is one of the more open countries when it comes to immigration. So I guess that sort of makes sense in my head. Some old people in North only speak Dutch or any Low Saxon dialects. Or they speak Frisian like me. Language spoken in southern India. We're so open that it caused Tradia to step down. I haven't heard of too much. I haven't heard of too much. Of too many opinions. I haven't seen or heard of too many opinions, like, from economists and stuff. To have, like, I don't have a very vivid picture of Canada's economics. Usually, a country likes to invite or encourage immigration. If it like, for a variety of reasons, but, like, one of them is if its population's in decline. Another one is if it wants to stimulate or encourage international trade. I'm sure there are a couple other reasons, but I can't think of them right now because I'm not really an economist and I'm not that smart. But I don't think Canada has a population problem, does it? I don't know, actually. Boy, Dia looks good. Okay. I got distracted for a second. Man, why didn't they make Dia the Pyro Archon, man? I like looking at Dia a lot more than I do Mavuika. She just looks good. Very, like, okay, sure, she shows a lot of skin, but definitely not as much skin as Escoffier or Skirk. And, like, to me, it's really tasteful. 100%, she should have been the Pyro Archon. Cookie's better. I don't know about better, but I definitely put Cookie and Dia in the same category. Like, it's just that Cookie, like, seems a lot younger, because, like, she has the shorter female character model, whereas Dia has a tall female character model. So Dia is definitely more my taste. I can't concentrate doing her hang on. Okay, I think I know what you mean, Syrian. Yeah, I think I know what you mean, because Cookie's belly is, like, way more exposed than Dia's is. I know what you mean. Like, especially because like Dia has this cape thing, like she has her belt, like she has this thing, hanging on her shirt. Don't know if it's a shirt. Yeah, like Dia is just a lot more covered up. Well, covered up is a strong word compared to Kuki. Stop simping, RJ. I mean, like, what? Dude, it's Genshin. What else are we supposed to do? There's nothing else to do. Well, technically, that's wrong. I mean, I have a lot of stuff to do, but it's stuff that I just kind of... Well, I don't know about not want to do. You know what? If I could just get all the Primo Gems and rewards from it without having to do anything, I would. And I would just, like, prefer not to do any of it. Yeah, I guess technically I can say it's stuff that I don't want to do, right? So like, so other than that, there's nothing else to do in the game. The only thing in Genshin that I like doing is like some of the combat events. Not this one, because this one's stupid. Like they force you to use certain characters and they force you to use only certain elements. It's basically just like Imaginary Theater Junior, is what it is. It's cringe. And Spiral Abyss. Those are the only things that I actually enjoy doing in Genshin. I like Koichu too. Oh, me too, actually. Yeah. Like, she was very low-key. Very low-key. Nobody talked about her. Well, I mean, like, everyone talked about her because, like, what happened to her in the story. But, like, not for for her character design. Koichu was, like, very low-key. Very, very low-key attractive. Problem is our standard was so low. Many of them came to Canada just to do entry level jobs, taking them from teens and college students. Well, that is something that typically happens when it comes to countries that are very open to immigration, like that welcome immigrants. Yeah, and it's like it's the same thing. You know what? Hey, it's the same thing as in America. In America, a lot of Americans complain about about entry level jobs, right? Like they complain about like a lot of stuff, right? A lot of stuff like this, like the job is boring, or like the pay is low, like there are no benefits, or like whatever, right? Lots of different reasons, and then so they get replaced by a Mexican, or or an Indian, or like anyone else from the world. And then now, they're talking about like a job shortage or like unemployment or whatever, right? And that's their fault for just being, I don't know, like being about complaining about every little thing, like because like there's no reason for them to complain, dude. They applied for a job, they got the job. Now stop complaining. I guess you can complain when you're being screwed over and like your contract isn't being honored. But like, don't complain about how a job is actually like, if it's like all of it is well within the contract, well within the agreement. Because like, especially because when your country is so open to immigrants, right? Somebody is definitely going to be way more willing to take that job instead of you. Her combat moves make sense for an Archon. You mean Dia? Trying to order McDonald's from someone who doesn't understand English. What? Is that really a thing? Like they actually hire people who don't speak any English to work a job that requires them to interact with people who speak mostly English. I would imagine that that's like a prerequisite for the job. But apparently, listening to you say these things, I guess it's not somehow. My eyes suddenly auto-aim on our belly. I agree with you, Siri. That tends to happen with me too, with Cookie. It's somehow... like, it's really hard to keep your eyes off of it. She's hot, but Chaska is super underrated too. Chaska, I do agree with that, but like, I hate her like depressing makeup. I hate Chaska's depressing makeup, and I hate how like they make her into this like their characterization of her as like some kind of like lone gunslinger who's like who doesn't like to hang out with anyone, but is actually really reasonable and likable, and she's like, you know, like sacrifice whatever, and yeah, right. I hate like some parts of Chaska, but design wise, like there are a lot of parts of her character design that I really like, except for her like I don't know, like goth makeup, or I don't it's not goth, it's just I don't like it. Yes, Dia. Oh yeah, definitely. I definitely do agree with that. Like Mavuika's animations feel so random. It's like it doesn't even look like it belongs in Tevat. Well, Dia's look like they belong so much in Tevat. A lot more like a fighter. Yeah, a lot. Dia's animations look a lot more like what a fighter would look like, and like it's a fighter archon, right? Like I would imagine like she would be a quote unquote fighter. Most fast food workers are of what ethnic? Indian or Chinese? Oh, dude, wow. Chinese, I could deal with them since I could speak their language. But Indians, no. Speak Mandarin, Cantonese, actually. Purge the French while you're at it. Speak very basic French, but I hate it. Didn't even pick French as a foreign language in my class in school. Picked German because it was easier for me to pass the exam. Later, Gooners. Oh, you're heading out already? Alright. Take care, Mr. J. Bye, man. It's like I didn't even need to study. Then I already know everything. For German? Wow, really? Reminds me of those old cowboy movies. French is a requirement in Canadian schools, so I had to learn it. Oh, I see. Oh, I guess it's kind of like Spanish in America. You know, I just realized now. This restriction that they put on us in this specific stage, where like they give you bonuses for doing like Burgeon and stuff. From what I understand, you need enemies to be burning on Kinich with Kinich, right? That's how he charges up his thing faster. Is like when an enemy is burning. But how are you supposed to keep the enemy burning if you want to generate bloom seeds? Because if you want to generate bloom seeds, ideally you want to have Hydro on them so that your Dendro can interact with the Hydro and generate the bloom seeds, and then the Pyro will hit the bloom seeds and turn it into Burgeon. So how are you supposed to keep enemies burning in order to like maximize Kinich's kit? really, like, I guess stupid choices they're making here. Okay, I guess Hydro DPS on this side. I guess that's fine. How is Mona built? Okay, I guess that's fine. Hydro character. Okay, I guess I'm gonna need Mona on this side. Yeah, okay. Wait. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna need Mona on this side. But I'm also gonna need... come on. Some other Hydro to help Mona with her energy. Okay, whatever. Alright. Who can we put in here? Question. Is Nivelette's main source of damage considered normal attack damage, or is it considered charged attack damage? I believe it's considered charged attack damage, right? Charged attack. Okay, it is charged attack. All right. So I was thinking like of putting Candace in this team, normal attack bonus, but okay. So I guess that's not gonna work. I guess Yelon just for the damage percent. Oh, Rosaria. Okay, sure. Basically yes, but it's more like if Spanish was mandatory, even though they only speak Spanish in Idaho on a regular basis. That's kind of annoying. That reminds me of a video. I don't know if it's Chaska's quest when they pulled the Bollywood cuts. Bollywood cuts? Like what happened? Whoa. Yeah, what kind of video was it, Luap? It was actually kind of weird that okay, I understand it's not the most efficient team. Because like I have C1 Nivelet, therefore I can actually get his third stack just by doing 2 different Hydra Elemental reactions. And I'm missing one Draconic stack just by doing this. Actually, you know what? I'm missing 2? No, I guess just 1. Just by doing this kind of team. But it's somehow still, I guess, not so bad. Is Shaska crashing out? She was having a black aura or something. It sounds like something from the Archon quest. The camera zooming on her face in and out. That one I don't remember. All right, vaporize. Bloom and hyper bloom. Oh wow, okay, yeah. I'm on the second account, so this is C2 Nahida. This is definitely gonna bloom enemies away. I can't, okay, there.
らしちゃいない終わりでいやしっかり立ってな痛くしちゃうかもほっ捕まえたいいとよ到達せよ渚のリン夜の権限どの目が出るのしっかり立ってな姿を見せはびこりなさい
Oof. Okay. That is not great. Okay. I'm pretty sure Chlorine this time is gonna be built. I never actually unbuild. Oh wait, this is the trial Chlorine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I never actually unbuild Chlorine on this account. Nobody else uses her sword. Official. Beto, sure. And then electro charged. On. Yes, Mona. Okay, sure, I guess. Who still uses taser in the big 2025? Me. When everyone, when you're forced to use it, because okay, I'm sure you've done this event already, man, right? But you actually get like bonus points for using only the elements that are like, okay, I'll show you later when I get to that UI.
影を打つ。潔白を証明すること。終わりで歌よにしかなれ。雨描きがたし運命が水面に映るのです。運命に悪を見極め影を刈り尽くす。捕まえた。痛がっちゃいない。どの目が出るかしら。無冠奥義。雨描きがたし水中言動。運命よここに。射撃準備。だいざよ工作せ。捕まえた。この剣はわかるかい。雨描きがたし。運命の巨霊。運命には逆らえません。蒼天。
Okay. So here it is. Yeah, there it is, right? So party only has the recommended elemental types. Feeding opponents grants 100% bonus points. So if you use only these elements, you don't have to use all of them apparently, but if you do, as long as you don't use elements that are not here, then you get 100% bonus points. Vortex on Escoffier. Vortex, like Vortex Vanquisher? I heard that it's okay. Yeah, I heard that it's okay. Cause so from what I understand, so ideally, you want Escoffier to be in a freeze only team, right? To where you only have Hydro and Dendro, Hydro and Cryo characters. And when it comes to freeze teams, there aren't that many, like, because of the lack of, well, Bennett, right? There isn't that much I guess access to a lot of attack buffs. So I guess you have Millilith, and then you have like a couple of like 5-star support weapons, 4-piece Noblesse, and I guess like a variety of different characters kits. I don't know, right? But yeah, you don't have as much access to attack buffs, but you do have access to a lot of damage percent buffs. So like Farina, Yelan. Well, I guess that's really it, but that is a lot of damage percent. So I think a lot of attack percent will actually help out quite a bit. From what I understand, Vortex Vanquisher isn't one of her best 5-star weapons, but it's one of her better ones. Compared to Skyward Spine, I think Skyward Spine's better. Yeah, Skyward Spine's better because, so number one, Skyward Spine has a higher base attack, and ER. Right, like Escoffier, technically you don't really care to burst on Escoffier every rotation, but ideally you want to, especially if you're running her with Farina on the team, right, to maximize Farina's thing, especially if you don't have C1 Farina. So yeah, I think Skyward Spine is one of her best, is better than Vortex. Oh. Why is that on you? I can't even... See, this is so stupid. I'm not even allowed to use Like some of their best teams because of these stupid restrictions. Okay, well, I'm gonna try it. I don't care about the whole restriction thing. I'm just gonna give it a try. Off-field electro. Oh, official. Yeah, okay. I guess this is fine. I thought I would use Vortex, but now it's still benched. It's okay, man. It's not. It's a terrible weapon anyway. Oh, Arush. One of the few characters that Vortex Vanquisher is actually good on is Xiao. Well, only if you use him with Zhongli. Only if you use him with Zhongli or some other shielder that has like a really strong shield. But other than that, I can't think of anything else. But if you have Calamity Queller, from what I remember, I think Calamity Queller is actually better than Vortex Vanquisher on Xiao. But I don't remember if that's true or not. It could be wrong. It could be wrong.
姿を見せよ雷のごとくよ武器を捨てろ呼吸を整えよう合図を待て夜の権限動くなコードさばき太陽の炎を別実よ動け断罪の名に武器を捨てろ投降しろ赤煙に葬られよ燃えよ夜の権限もっと早くもっと強くしこれは必要な武力この天下で裁く頭上を焼く雷のごとく合図を待てよな動くな投降しろ赤煙に葬られよ
I don't know if I got that last enemy. Zhao, I don't have them. It's okay, man. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah, Vortex Vanquisher is definitely not a good weapon. So don't feel bad about benching it though. It does kind of suck that there's literally a 5-star weapon sitting there not being used at all. And this trial Mavuika is so bad. Even with one of her literally best teams, you still can't make it do good damage.
よし。じゃあ行くよ。手加減なしよ。口封じはま。
Okay. They could have made it an HP weapon. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like HP weapon? What for? I guess for Zhongli. Oops. Oh, that's not the right button. Still not done. Yeah, dude. Like, what's okay? Here's the kicker, though. Here's the best part, Mr. J. This is only my second run of the event, which means I haven't even done it on my third account yet. Okay, Zhongli. Pyro only. Man, this is cringe. Hydro, I guess. Okay, sure. I guess that's fine, but like I have a bunch of hydro immune enemies. It's not gonna help me a lot. Okay, second pyro character, I guess. Sure, there you go. Somebody we could swap out with. For only, of course, we cannot use the signature on him. That is true, though. I mean, like, technically you can. But it's just dumb. It's just dumb. Because remember, Zhongli's damage scaling is attack, but his shield scaling is HP. But Zhongli does get some damage from HP as well. Like, I believe he has a passive. Was that 6K? Kicker is he complains about brain rot all the time. Yeah, but like, this is, I don't know. So, what brain rot would you rather have me consume then? Brain rot that I don't enjoy? Would you rather I consume the brain rot that I'm always complaining about? Or would you rather I consume the brain rot that I'm not complaining about? Oh, this is gonna be cringe.
なしよ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
みんながそばにいてく。
この天下で裁く。
Alright, that was a little better. You are aware that there's a metric ton of non-wrought media to consume, yes? I am, but do they fit my preferences? Have I found any that fit my preferences yet? These are some questions that you should also be asking before deciding to suddenly consume random media. I think Bennett's ruining Mavuika's big hit. He was, yeah. I mean, like, there is a way to not make Bennett ruin it. Like, just, you should, right before, like, okay, right after I burst with Bennett, I should wait, like, at least one, tick of Sitlali's burst. Or, sorry, like, the Sitlali's, like, AoE cryo app. I should wait for, like, one tick. 1 or 2 ticks, just to make sure that the enemies have cryo on them before like bursting on Mavuika. But I was just actively not doing it just because like I just didn't care. It wasn't gonna make much of a difference anyway. As long as I got 8k, that's all I cared about. It wasn't gonna make a it wasn't gonna give me another 8k points. RJ prefer tung sahur. Huh? What? What does that mean, Luap? Only shield got power creep, or everyone now knows how to iframe dodge. Well, the thing is, Luap, there are now attacks in the game that you can't dodge with iframes, even with burst iframes. I believe. So I'm sure about the new weekly boss, about the one from Mondstadt, about this one. So it's the one hit attack that this weekly boss does. You cannot iframe it even with burst iframes. Like you just die. Even in your burst animation, you just die. But of course, like it's not that, like you won't encounter it every single time as long as you bring characters and or a team that is supposed to be like anti this boss, and apparently that's like freeze teams, like Hydra and Cryo characters. But if you don't, then yeah, you will definitely guaranteed encounter it as long as like if you don't kill the boss fast enough. And yeah, like so knowing how to dodge doesn't always help you anymore, because apparently there are now attacks in the game that still kill you even in burst iframes. And from what I understand, I think this boss is like, you know how like when it shields up, right? When it shields up, when it has it's like abyssal shield thing, and if you don't kill that shield like fast enough before it explodes, from what I understand, that explosion still hits you even in any sort of iframes. I could be wrong. I'm not sure about this one because like I haven't been hit by it enough times to, I guess, to experience like whether or not you still get hit in iframes or not. I don't remember. You won't find anything worth until you unrot your brain first. First of all, there's a million well-known masterpieces to enjoy. Second, you're not going to improve without trying. Dude, you're not going to improve without trying. That sounds like a dig at the fact that I suck at video games, so I don't want to try competitive games. And dude, I've been playing video games for 20 years now. So don't tell me I'm going to improve anytime soon. I haven't improved in 20 years, so That's not happening anytime soon, and I've just it's been a long time since I've already accepted that. So you're not gonna convince me anytime soon. It's been like what 10, 15 years since I've accepted that. Been down this hole physically and mentally, and this mindset of just keep you sliding down the spiral. I mean, like, that's like, we all have our preferences, man. I'm comfortable where I am. If you're not comfortable where you are, then like get out of where you are. Hence why you quit this game and like I guess like a couple other games. But yeah, like this, yeah, this is brain rot, but this is brain rot that I'm comfortable with. It's one of the few quote unquote brain rot games that actually, you know, like makes me feel good when I play it. I don't play video games for you, man. I play video games for myself. And if you think I'm miserable playing this game, then like, okay, that's your perspective. You are aware that not all games are competitive, yes? Yes, but that doesn't mean that the non-competitive games fit my preferences. Right? And like, okay, like you're gonna go like, well, you won't find out unless you try it. Like, yeah. Of course. The thing is, I don't want to try it. You keep trying to convince me to play other games, man. And I've already said this once. Said this like a dozen times already. I'm not the kind of gamer that plays lots of different games. In like 15, 20 years of gaming. Like, I guess the most variety of games, of video games I've played were when I was first exposed to video games. Like, I never owned like these Nintendo or like some other consoles back in the day, but I did get to experience a bunch of their games. Thanks to thanks to piracy, but hey, I'm not the one that did the pirating. Okay? Like my parents just bought like this, apparently the salesman called it a DVCD. Like, honestly, I don't know what it was. Well, I guess it was a DVD player that could also play VCDs and CDs, and for some reason they made it so that it also had 2 ports that you could plug in controllers to it. Also, really only the controllers that they give you along with it, and they also give you like the CD with like hundreds of pirated like old console games from the 90s and the early 2000s. And this was like the most variety of like video games that I ever experienced my whole life. But that was because like that was like my first taste of video games. And then after that, like when it came to PC gaming, I would just like one video game, and then I would play that video game until I can't play it anymore. So first one was probably pinball. I guess that's probably most people who grew up in the 90s and 2000s first PC video game. And then solitaire, of course. I tried Minesweeper. I'm too stupid to understand how the game worked, so I didn't get into it too much. And then at some point I somehow got myself a copy of StarCraft, like the OG StarCraft. Not obviously there was no remastered back then yet. And then at some point I found myself a copy of it was Frozen Throne. Like, I don't understand what the difference is between Frozen Throne and Warcraft 3. But it was like Frozen Throne, but I also, like, because I didn't have a map of Dota 1 just yet, so I just like tried playing like the campaign, and then at some point eventually I got a copy of Dota, and then like I played the heck out of that, just me against AIs. And then at some point, Vice City, man, I played the heck out of Vice City. I played San Andreas as well when I got that. And then at some point, but this was me, like my first year of owning a computer. But because I had no internet, I would just play whatever I had. And then by the time that I got internet, what did I get into first? I think, what was it, man? I don't remember. I think I tried to get into Ragnarok Online, but because it was too much for my, my poor tiny brain, I just never got the hang of it. I believe it was, Gunbound. Was it Gunbound? Oh yeah, it was Gunbound. Oh no, it was Flife. And that was like Ragnarok Online, but like simpler and a little more like cartoony graphics. And then at some point Gunbound, this old like turn-based game, I really got into that. And then at some point Rakion, man, I played Rakion until the end of the game's days. First console is a game cartridge with 500 games, okay, in it. We're only like 20 just different games. Yeah. Oh, that's actually, that's exactly how these like CDs that came free with the DV CDs like that I was talking about. Like at some point when I owned like this quote unquote DV CD that also was somehow like a game console, so the CD I personally owned, it said on the disc 301. And then at some point I went over to my friend's house and they also had this device, and the CD he had said 801. And then but even before I went to my friend's house and like saw his CD like that, I already had some idea that okay, apparently it was basically just the same game being like copied over and over again, and then just being given a different name. Because at some point, I got bored enough to just spend some time trying out each and every single game that was on that list. I didn't try it out from like 1 to 300, obviously, because like at some point, like I just realized like, okay, these are the same games being renamed over and over again. But it was more like somewhere around 30, no, maybe 40 or 50 games. But yeah, somewhere around like 30 or 40 or 50 games. And then like when I got to play it on my friend's I guess console, I guess I can call it a console. I also looked through his list, and then I realized, okay, well, this is the same thing. We just copied over and over again, way more.
メルジーヌはフォンテーヌが誇る美しき生命体だ。彼女らとは良い関係を築くという。決して傷つけたりしないように。
First game console is cartridge. That's how my gaming competitiveness awakened. Beating my dad and brother. Okay, hang on. Let me try to remember some of these old console games. Which of them were competitive? Did yours have any like fighting games like Street Fighter? Mine didn't have any of that because this was like in the super early 2000s, probably like. Oh, you know what? This wasn't even the 2000 yet because like my brother wasn't born yet. This was like 1997, 98 maybe. So it didn't even like this, like none of the CDs or DVDs or whatever probably had enough storage for something like Tekken or Street Fighter or something. The karate thingy is goofy AF. And some sports games, marathons. I remember some form of racing game. Oh man, why can't I remember them anymore? The one that I most remember from these, I guess pirated console games were, so Super Mario, like classic, right? Super Mario, I definitely played the heck out of that. Contra, I believe Contra 2, I think, yeah. Contra 2. This game that I'm sure this is probably not the name of. Its name on my thing was called Jackal. But what it was like my character, the character I was controlling was like a Jeep and it had a gun on it. And like it was definitely 2D, but it was like third person perspective. And like I was just like driving through the desert and like killing all the bad guys. Yeah, and I never got through that game. Like I just wasn't good enough at it. But yeah, definitely Contra 2. Yeah, Contra 2, Super Mario. Those are really the only ones that I like very clearly remember. Oh, Adventure Island. Right, Adventure Island. I had a blast with my dad. Could you play that game with 2 players? I didn't really have anyone to play with. My dad, like no one in my family were into video games. I did not know that. You know, I probably tried it. I'm sure I probably tried it, and I probably found out at some point that you could actually play that game 2 players. But like I probably tried it, and then I realized, okay, obviously I'm not gonna be able to play this 2 players, just me alone. Okay, so like I just, yeah, never actually got to play it with 2 players. And you know what? Now that I think about it, I think now obviously I sucked at video games, right? But so I clearly just wasn't good enough to clear the game. So that's why I never got past probably maybe stage 2, I think, of that game. I don't remember the levels very clearly anymore, but I'm pretty sure I probably beat stage 1. I don't remember anymore, actually. But I bet that game was probably designed, and like the difficulty was probably balanced like with 2 players in mind. I'm just guessing. Yeah, but that's probably why, like, to me, to like young, like 6-7-year-old me, it was just so hard. Some other games that I've played at some point. So we're on cell phones. So Snake 2. I wonder why Nokia 3310s and 3315s called it Snake 2. Was there ever a Snake 1? If there was, I've never seen it. And then Space Impact. I'm sure millions and millions of people out there have played those 2 games on their Nokia 3310 and 3315. There was also this soccer game, which I don't remember, because I did play it for like a few weeks. I don't know why did I only play it for a few weeks? Oh, okay. I think I remember now. This was in college though. This was like one of these like semi-colored screens, like a phone that looked definitely very similar to a 3310, 3315, but this was like around 6 to 8 years after the time of the 3310 and 15. And it was like another dumb phone, just a barely like a semi-colored screen, not a fully colored screen, but like a semi-colored screen. Like it had greens and reds, but it was still definitely like a screen that was very similar to the 3310 and 15. It had this like weird soccer game, and I remember now why I only played it for a little bit. I played it a lot. Like I played it day in and day out whenever I had free time, but I guess I only had, and it was like, it was funny too, is like, this is a dumb phone, but it had a flashlight. Had a flashlight. Yeah. It had a flashlight, and I played the heck out of that game though. I don't remember it much. It was just like a passing thing. Because at some point, my mom's annual plan, I guess like she renewed it, so it's like her provider gave her a new phone, so she gave me her old one, and then like I stopped using that phone, and then that's why like I didn't get to play that soccer game anymore. Before Genshin Impact, there was Space Impact. You're right, actually. Yeah, they're both Impact. I mentioned the name and like I never put it together. Okay. Well, before I take another like 3-hour trip down memory lane, I better head out. I better head out. I'm not happy that I still have to do this event tomorrow before the daily server reset. On my third account, but hey, at least I got 2 down. Yeah, at least I got 2 down. And okay, well, Oyo certainly seems to have settled on a formula that not necessarily whales, but players who have built like better have built more characters, have pulled for more characters and have built said characters, so again, this is like F2P investments, right? Like F2P investments, F2P levels, who have pulled for more characters and have built more characters. Like for example, this account does not have Genuine, does not have Varesa, but if I was a bit more of a horizontal investor, then I wouldn't have gotten C3 Raiden Shogun. I wouldn't have gone for C2 Nahida. And instead, those, 3 extra characters could have been, like, Varesa and Genuine. Or sorry, no, not 3, like 5, right? Those could have been Varesa and Genuine. And maybe even constellations of them. So what is that, 5, right? Like, so 3 from Raiden Shogun and then 2 from Nahida. So that could have been Varesa. That could have been, so Varesa, Kinich, and of course, like Genuine, as I mentioned earlier. That also could have been Emilie, right? So that's 4. And then that could have been Mavuika, right? Or that could have been Varesa, Kinich, Mavuika, Setlali. Yeah. And I think that seems to be what Hoyo has been trying to, I guess, reward players for doing in the last, I guess, like 1 or 2 years, is they are rewarding their players who have decided to pull for more characters and to build said characters. They should give Eula some love, though. I don't know how much love they can give Eula to make her viable in 2025. Like maybe in an event like this, like when you go in here, like okay, when you deal physical damage, like plus 3,000% normal attack damage, and burst damage is increased by like 2,000%. Like that's probably how much love they'd have to show Eula just to make her viable in 2025. No, I'm just like, I'm trying to like imagine if Eula was in here, right? Like obviously we have Varesa, Kinich. Right? Imagine if like one of these was Eula, right? And remember, like Eula's multipliers just aren't good enough for 2025. Like no matter how you put it, And like to make her multipliers good enough for 2025, they'd have to do something crazy like that. They'd have to be like, okay, after dealing physical damage, like plus 1,000% normal attack damage, and then like after 5 normal attacks hit opponents, burst damage is increased by 3,000%, something like a crazy number like that, just to make her viable for endgame in 2025. But I do agree with you. Honestly, there's some parts of Eula's playstyle and kit that I find cringe, right? Like the fact that most of her rotation damage is in one single hit. So if that somehow doesn't crit, then you just lost an entire rotation. And like the fact that like I actually find it satisfying that it's like definitely an easy thing to do, but you also can't do it like with your eyes closed or your brain turned off, right? Like having to get stacks, like maximize the number of stacks that you get before her burst pops. It's a very simple expression of skill that is like good enough to make casual players feel satisfied if they do it properly. And it's not so easy that it makes players with actual who are actually good at video games like so bored that they just feel sleepy while playing Eula. Yeah, but then again, like her whole her burst AoE, honestly, they should have made it a little bigger. And obviously there's nothing that they're gonna be able to do about her burst being one hit, like most of her deep like rotation damage just being condensed into this one big hit. And then if that doesn't crit, then well, I guess that's just a consequence of Eula's playstyle being the way that it is. But yeah, like definitely it's her multipliers now. It's her multipliers that just leave her in the dust, and there's just like no, I guess they tried a few times to give her a dedicated support, but it just wasn't enough to bring her back. Speaking of bringing Eula back, though, I'm not sure how I feel about being quote unquote encouraged to raise Mika, because apparently Mika is going to be a decent, well, not decent, one of the usable teammates for Skirk. Thankfully, again, thankfully we have quite a wide selection of not good but like average cryo characters in the game. Like we have Azurelight, we have Kaya, we even have Charlotte if you want a healer and you somehow don't have a Scoffier. We have Ganyu, Ayaka. Like thankfully we have quite a wide selection, so I don't think I'm gonna have to actually raise Mika. Thankfully. Well, anyway, I guess that's enough yapping for today. So, I'm sure there are probably a couple of people that are lurking. For those of you who need help building your characters' accounts or making a decision which banners to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Links are in the description in all my videos, VODs, and streams, and in the pinned message in YouTube chat. If you want my personal opinion, you can ping me over there. My name is Elvis Einstein. Of course, you can ask for other people's opinions too. Thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. Bye, guys.
道に迷わない能力は添付の際って言えるかな。世の中にどんな場所があったなんて